We gotta remove this. Haha. And make myself bigger. There we go. Hello, welcome to the Wednesday stream, everyone. But first things first, hello, Don. Hello, Emblem. Welcome. Thank you for showing up, hanging out. Does mean a lot. Yeah. So, welcome to the Wednesday stream. Midweek stream. That's pretty cool. Normally I don't have these unless there is something special that is happening. And today is something special. So, today is the day where I go through all the I reveal the background stuff. I pull the curtain to show what is happening on the back end side to essentially show you guys what to eventually make what you guys see on the stream every so often, right? Obviously, right, I completely understand. I'm not necessarily the most capable person. I don't have the biggest credentials in terms of like teaching you guys what it means to be a content creator by any stretch of the imagination. But if you guys wanted to ever learn exactly what I do, this is essentially what this is for, right? I'm essentially going to just kind of go over everything I use, everything I use to what I make, what I have to do, and so on and so forth. The whole shebang, the whole process. So it's going to be a fairly long stream, right? It's going to be a fairly long stream for the most part, but I will try my best to go through things fairly quickly. And of course, if I go too fast, you can always ask questions. In addition to that, if you actually straight up miss this stream or you're not able to watch the whole thing, this will be a full video on the channel. I think it's going to be on the VOD channel more likely than not, so that's probably where I'm going to be putting it, since this is going to be a fairly long stream, and that's kind of just makes sense where it can be. And again, this stream is to show like what I do specifically, opposed to this is how you make content TM. That's why the title of or at least how I label this stream is how I make content opposed to how to make content, right? It's a bit more specific, but there's that. So that's gonna be today. So for the most part, I'm gonna be white noise for other people who are just here to farm the channel points and so on and so forth, or get the watch streaks. For other people who are actually interested, who actually stream themselves, and want, or at least want to get into streaming, this is kind of like a good intro or a good point of reference to what goes into like a stream, or at least my stream. Right, let's get started, shall we? So how do I do content? It's been around a year and a half since I started streaming again. It's been closer to 2 years since I started streaming again, and a year and a half since I started making content on YouTube again. So it's been a while, and this time around I was able to kind of learn a lot more in terms of like what it means to go what goes into streaming, what it means to like automate things, make things easier. How do I make things? What's the general like thought process when it comes to like making things, like overlays and things like that? What goes into all of that, right? Because for the most part, a lot of things, pretty much everything you see here, most of everything that you see here, excluding the widget and the V2 model, is what I made myself, and trying just to figure out, hey, what works, what doesn't, so on, so forth. So there's that. In terms of credentials, I don't have credentials except the fact that I just have experience. Obviously, I'm still a relatively new streamer, a very small streamer. So in terms of success, I can't tell you what works and what doesn't, right? I can only tell you what I'm happy with and what works for me, right? So there's that. So first things first, let's talk about some of the things on Twitch's side, right? Let me talk about some stuff on Twitch's side. So some things is like if you actually go to your Twitch dashboard and go to the settings, right? I'm gonna try to go through it. I'm gonna try to be as exhaustive as I can. So this is why we're starting here. Disconnect protection. If this is not already on, make sure you have this, because it gives you at least 90 seconds to if your stream dies or something like that, it gives you 90 seconds to be able to troubleshoot and reconnect, and essentially it will still be considered like one stream, right? This has helped me numerous times in terms of making sure that things stay so people don't lose their stream streaks or anything like that. So, you know, we got to account for the fact that maybe OBS crashes, your PC blue screens, your power goes out, comes back on afterwards, right? This allows you to essentially reconnect very quickly. Latency mode, low latency. Obviously, this is probably the best way to kind of go about it. Low latency mode. If you don't already have low latency mode on, I'll make sure you switch this on. I know when this initially came out, people had to opt into this. All right, so make sure you turn on low latency mode. This is the big perk when it comes to streaming, is to be able to interact with your audience. Your audience is actually able to interact with you, opposed to like how YouTube videos are, is you watch the video for its content, whatever, you leave a comment, neat, awesome. But yeah, when streaming got really popular, is that like, you know, from streamer to audience interaction. And so this is kind of why this is important, right? The rest of these are kind of whatever, right? It doesn't really matter too much. But the thing is, we want to maybe go to Stream Manager. Something probably important to kind of take note of is here. So this is kind of a new thing that came up recently, right? And it's the collaboration stuff. This is not necessarily too important, but I highly recommend you should essentially turn this off. With the ability to like knock on people's streams and want to like collab with people is a thing. You don't want that on, right? You don't want random people like knocking on your stream and wanting to collab with you, right? Or having it even happen by accident. So what you want to go to your stream manager, click on any one of these feeds. It doesn't really matter. You can even change this one, right? You can even change it to this one, right? And what you can do here is that go to collaboration and set, make sure you don't have anything favorites, and collaborations is to set to favorites, right? This essentially effectively turns it off until Twitch somehow figures out a way to be like, hey, yeah, you could turn this off, right? So I highly recommend people, if you haven't already, make sure to go over here and turn this off. And you can only really do it from the stream manager, which is why it's a little bit hard to figure out initially, right? Next thing are alerts. If you don't necessarily have to do your alerts through Twitch, but the bonus of having your alerts done through Twitch is the fact that you get two extra slots for emotes, right? You get 2 extra slots, which is really nice. So if you plan on, even if you just started, you just hit affiliate and you have very little emote slots, having those 2 extra slots is really nice. So if you want to go out of your way, I mean, you can just have, it doesn't matter which, like how much you have in these alerts. I mean, hell, you don't even technically have to use it. You can just like grab the browser source URL and just copy paste it, put it in OBS, but not even have it on, right? And technically you'd be using it. So there's that. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can actually see this a little bit better. But yeah, no, this is essentially where I host my alerts for now. They don't always work, but it's fine, I guess. But yeah, you can see that I do have a custom one for a new follower. This is an old one from the previous aesthetic, but it was really hard for me to want to get rid of this because I really like this. I really like how much work I put into this. So there's that. I'm not really going to go too much into detail with making this stuff because I actually don't have this file anymore, but I do have the sub one, right? I do have the sub one, and this was done through Cavalry. If you're not familiar with Cavalry, Cavalry is a graphic design program that you can use to allow you to make motion graphic, to have a chance to do motion graphic design, and it's free, right? And it's free. So if you were ever interested in Cavalry motion graphic, I hella misspelled it, but this is essentially what this is. This is what the program I use. I'll go over this a little bit later when I have a chance to kind of show off like the gotcha stuff, because that's where it was made. So if you were really ever interested in doing motion graphic design, I highly recommend checking this this program out. It's very, very powerful. It can do quite a bit, and for it being free, you can do quite a bit. And obviously, I think it does have a subscription service, which allows you to have access to a lot more things. But there is a lot that you can do off of the free version, which is really, really nice. So if you're ever interested in learning some of this stuff, they have a whole host of videos to get you started. And not sponsored, by the way. But if you're ever interested in motion graphic design, I highly suggest checking out Cavalry. Okay. And this is where how I made this one. This is like essentially my first attempt at it. But yeah, you can see that there's some slight custom HTML stuff just so I can have the text appear when I want it to. That's really about it here, right? But highly suggest just using Twitch alerts to post your alerts, just for the extra email slots, if nothing else, right? Because the main reason I use these now is the fact that I moved off of Stream Elements or anything off of Stream Elements or Streamlabs, because I don't particularly like their views on some things. So as a result, I moved off of those and tried to find other ways to be able to host my alerts. And being able to host them on the cloud is way better than trying to do it myself. I would say, right, it's a little bit more reliable, right? Because there's a little bit of overhead if I had to host them myself. I should get the name to be affected with the work with our / animation. So to essentially be part of the animation itself. So for that's how I did layout. So you can see that you see this image, and this is just alignment purposes. So if I did it like this, it goes like this, right? So what I had to do on my end is figure out the alignment where I can have the text on top of the image itself. So that's essentially how I did it, right? On the sub one, it gets wiped. Oops, discard changes. Kind of, sort of. It appears the same time. It essentially appears the same time it should, right? It's just from timing purposes. So you can see it disappears a little bit right before it gets wiped. If you pay close attention, it just disappears right before it gets wiped. But due to how timing and how fast it kind of comes up, trick of the eye, essentially. That's essentially how that is. So it's all just timing and to kind of get that specific timing. There's other so I know through Stream Elements you can actually affect the timing of the text specifically, but to do it here you have duration, right? To tell you how long it lasts. So this is kind of on your end on, it's like, okay, it's going to last this amount of time. So I need to make sure at this part of the animation, it gets wiped away, quote unquote, right? And that's kind of on you. And for the and again, I have to enable custom HTML. You don't have to really do too much here, but this is for specifically for when this, I wish I can actually do something. I'm able to do more with this, but it's not letting me me to go like CSS and things like that. But I enable custom HTML because I needed to make sure I delay the appearance of the text until it gets to that point. Right? Just be a web dev. Yeah, just be a web dev. Just learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and you could do way cooler things, right? Hell, maybe you don't even have to learn that. Just learn React or something like that, right? Just be a full stack developer. Fuck it, just do the whole thing. Just be a full stack developer. Learn front end, back end, databases. You know, just learn. Yeah, there's that. React. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of people use React. If you're like need to with it, AI to or floats your boat. But yeah, there's that. But yeah, that was alerts. Something that maybe people don't know too much of is the roles. Okay. Is people know about roles. I think a lot of people just kind of don't realize this is a thing, or trying to maybe wonder like, oh, how do I assign like the artist tag to people and stuff like that, right? You essentially go to community and go to roles manager, right? And you can assign people a specific art tag, right? Especially for people who have done a lot of art for your channel, right? If you decide to commission people for your emotes, maybe if you're live 2D, if you're being a VTuber, overlays, so on and so forth, and you want to give them like the art tag, this is essentially where you're able to do it, right? You can see that I have data construct, which is my personal bot account, and sorry bot here as well. So this is where essentially where you're able to do it. In addition to that, speaking of attribution, you can actually do, you can attribute, you can do emo attribution, attribution, whatever. You can let people know who did your emotes through here as well, through this specific area, right? They can improve it as well. So this is where you're able to do it if you so wish, right? On the topic of that, on top of bots, SariBot, if you don't have SariBot in your Twitch channel yet, I highly suggest getting SariBot in your Twitch channel, simply because it is able to block. It does a lot of work in terms of dealing with bots, right? Bots is a huge rampant problem for whether you're starting out streaming or you've been streaming for a little bit, you're affiliate. It's a problem for literally anyone. And their SariBot, the developer has been constantly like doing updates for it, and it's really, really easy to add SariBot to your channel. And as soon as this freaking ad finishes, it takes a long time. I was like, wow, 30 seconds? I could talk for 30 seconds. No, I can't. No, I can't. Thanks for the healthcare. But yeah, so this essentially, if you go to SariBot's channel, which is Sari_bot, it will tell you how to add SariBot to your channel, and highly recommend it. It's really useful, but something helpful like that, right? So let's see, another helpful thing is something I use, or I should use more often anyways. But there's also another thing. Let me go to, I actually have to open up the Twitch mobile app. I know how we all feel about the Twitch mobile app, right? Not great, not the greatest things, right? But it does have something very, very useful, right? It does have something very useful that I will do a quick post of, right? I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna send this to myself in a Discord, right? You guys have phones, right? Everyone has phones. Right, everyone has phones. So if you actually go to the Twitch mobile app while you're streaming, by the way, specifically, let me do that, and let me go grab that screenshot now. Let me go grab that screenshot for you guys. Boop, 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 boop. You got your flip phone right here. Oh my god. Boop, boop. Grab that scab. And here we go. Okay, so something really cool and something really interesting that Twitch Mobile does fairly right and very helpful with is the fact that if you actually go to your streaming dashboard on your phone, you are met with your just general analytics of like who's watching, how long you've been streaming, and how many subs, whatever follows. In addition, you have a chat right there as well. But at the very bottom, you can actually see there are some quick action buttons called edit stream info, share stream. You can actually edit this to how you want. But there's something really, really important here is add stream marker, right? Add stream marker. That's really helpful because it allows you to, especially if you're trying to get clips or you're trying to remember that, oh, there's this funny moment within this 4-hour time span of a stream, or even more, right? It can really honestly get lost. Like this 20-second, 30-second moment, right, can easily really get lost in a long of a stream as like 4 hours, right? It can get lost in that sea. If you do have the tendency to look at chat through your phone or something like that, I highly recommend actually adding stream marker to to your quick action buttons, right? And that would be, and it's going to be really helpful. It's like, oh, something funny really happened. Oh crap, yeah. Let me push the button, and by pushing this button, you'll actually create a marker, which you can go reference back to when you go to your video producer. So let me go see. Let me find a past broadcast. So here we go. If we go to this stream right here, and we go to the highlights page, you can see that there are actually stream markers here, right? To be like, oh yeah, this is where things happen. I'm not going to show too much here, right? But you can see that I've put some markers here and be like, okay, I want to go back to these moments and make clips of them, right? You can also do this in the stream manager as well. You can actually add a quick action button here. So quick actions, you can add a button here and add stream marker, or stream marker with description, right? If you don't really, you can also do this in chat as well by doing /marker and adding a name after that. But you can also add it here if you so wish. If you decide to use this as a your main form of looking at stream. But I don't really recommend it, because you're gonna have OBS on one end and are on one screen, or maybe if you're a single screen person, you have mainly OBS and your game, right? And if you are a single screen person, as a result, you'll more than likely be using your phone as your second screen to look at chat and do all the extra stuff, right? Cool. So that's kind of a lot of the things I do on Twitch's end, right? So let me go. Let's talk about OBS stuff, right? Let's talk about OBS stuff real quick. So I'm going to disable preview here, so your eyes don't get hurt, but still let me know if you can see things properly. Okay, I need to stop the replay buffer. I don't know why that was on. It was not on earlier. It was not on earlier. Let's see here. Let me grab this browser, and let me turn off browser capture. So now you guys have this, right? Let me know if you guys can still see stuff clearly, but hopefully now I'm sharing the entirety of my second screen. And so this is kind of where a lot of the stuff, where a lot of the meat of the bones and are happening here, right? For the streamers out there, you guys have probably either been streaming for a little bit, picked up OBS, knowing that it's probably the best streaming software out there, especially with a lot of the supports in terms of plugins, regular updates, so on and so forth, usability. Cool. Awesome. I highly recommend people to use OBS and just OBS Studio, not like Streamlabs OBS, right? Streamlabs OBS can suck my nuts, let's be honest. But I highly recommend people switching over to OBS, because it's really nice. It's really good. Streamlabs OBS, yeah. I don't really like Streamlabs OBS, slobs indeed, yeah. For a multitude of different reasons, but yeah, I made that. I knew slobs for a little bit when I first initially started streaming, like 4 or 5 years ago. But now I just made the correct decision of just porting everything over to OBS, and it wasn't really even that bad. So first things first, let's talk about settings, right? I'll just quickly go over settings. You don't have to use the settings I use, but I'll just quickly go over them real quick. Something important things I keep note of is source alignment snapping. Source alignment snapping is really, really nice. So when you need to align stuff to each other in relation to other elements in your scene, or to the edge itself, this is really nice. Make sure you have this turned on. It's probably turned on by default, but if you ever need to find this again and adjust the sensitivity and stuff like that, this is where you would do it. You would do it in the general tab, so on and so forth. I don't think there's really anything else that is necessarily important to me, so, or at least that I really care about. So let's go and move on. So I think the next one is stream stuff here. So you can kind of see that I have a few options here, and I've talked about a few of these prior as well. But as you can see here, if you previously you had to like add your stream key and stuff like that, but logging in with Twitch will automatically do that for you. There's something called here, if you've updated to the latest OBS version, you will have access to multi-track video, right? And it's an enabled enhanced broadcasting. And to answer your question, Coda, yes, I've actually used it before. I do plan on using it again at some point, but currently I need to go replace my CPU before I do so. But yeah, so let's talk about transcoding real quick. What is transcoding? Transcoding is the idea of having multiple different resolutions of a video, right? Encoding different levels of video. So you can have like a 360p, you can have 480p, 720, and 1080, right? And that's transcoding. That's being able to choose from those options that allows people with not as great bandwidth, who doesn't have like as good internet, can still watch your streams. And that's very important, right? Accessibility, I really like when I am aware of it, I want to try to make the stream as accessible as possible, i.e. like through like the closed captions and like transcoding. If hopefully I still have transcoding on y'all's side, or at least server side. But so if you actually have a really strong PC, whether it be like you're encoding through your CPU or your GPU, and you don't have transcoding yet, especially if you're starting out, you more than likely won't have transcoding. Even heck, some affiliates still don't have like server-side transcoding, right? You can actually do client-side transcoding. You could do transcoding on your end. So, and that is through the multi-track video. So you can have to enable enhanced broadcasting here. I can't do it now, obviously I'm still streaming, right? But then you could set your streaming bandwidth, and you could set the maximum amount of video tracks, and this will automatically divvy out the portions for you. So what this means is that you're streaming at like, what, 10,000 kilobytes per second, and which generally Twitch doesn't really let you do that, because you're, as you can see here at the very bottom near advanced options, you're kind of maxed out at 6,000 kilobytes per second, because that's just Twitch, right? That's just Twitch itself. Until you're like a partner, you can go up to like 8,000, 10,000, right? Somewhere around that point. But yeah, so this allows you to do client-side transcoding. If you have this off, right, and if you've been streaming long enough, or if Twitch deems you like viable or capable of being able to do, I wouldn't say capable, but if you're viable for server-side transcoding, Twitch at some point will let you have server-side transcoding. So that means that you'll send, you'll be sending one stream to Twitch. Right, you'll be sending one stream to Twitch, and Twitch will do the transcoding on their end, and it allows you to choose from whatever, right? Which is really neat. Let's see here. Let me go grab like this. Actually, no, we'll keep with this. But yeah. A few other things: Twitch add-ons, Better TTV, Fingerface Z. I have them on, so it allows you to essentially see those emotes in the OBS chat, right? Okay. When I can get Tiramisu streaming 4K Ultra HD, I would have to set up my own like streaming service for that. I don't know. I would have to like stream on somewhere else, because Twitch will not let you have that. 4K Ultra HD, yeah, it'd be cool. So next month, I think Twitch had been mentioning something about wanting to do like 4K or something like that. I mean, they just had AVI. They're beta testing like AVI, like transcoding, right? Or video format. So we'll see. Yeah, just do that. I'll just figure that out, right? AV1, AVI, Lamau, AV1. Sorry. But yeah, that's really exciting for a lot of people who are kind of interested in that kind of stuff. But yeah, so there's that. So that explains, so multi-track video is equivalent to client-side transcoding, while while this is really good if you don't have like server-side transcoding from Twitch, pretty much. Let's see, let's talk about audio. Let's talk about, no, wait, where is it? Output. Aha, there we go. So for everyone out there, I don't know if people are actually familiar with this. If you are not, you can actually have, for audio specifically, you can have an audio track that plays during stream and an audio track for VODs. Why is this important? This is really important if you're playing copyrighted music, right? I mean, earlier you said be a full stack dev. This would be within that skill set. Yeah, yeah, it would be. It would be. This is true. But yeah, so this is really important. If you this is like almost required if you want to play like music without being worried. So the practical use case is the fact that you are able to play any music you want on stream, right? Other people can hear this, can hear your copyright music, vibe with it, cool, awesome. But on the VOD, you won't be able to hear it. And why this is important is the fact that if it's not in the VOD, that means even while you were actually listening to copyright music on stream, it won't get dinged for copyright, right? It won't get dinged because at least that's how the copyright stuff works with Twitch. For now, they might be changing that, which I won't talk about it. That's out of the scope of this TED Talk, right? But your VOD will not have that copyright music. And so the idea is that you have one audio track dedicated to your stream audio, right? For me, it's 5. The Twitch VOD track is 6, right? How do you set this up, right? Let me back out. Let me put this aside for 1 second, right? Right, let me put this aside for 1 second. So you go to your audio mixer. You should have this as your dock already. If you don't, make sure you go to docks on the top left here and go over to audio mixer. Have that checked and you'll have that dock available to you. So what you're going to do now is go to advanced audio properties and then right click by getting to get to advanced audio properties. You can right click and go there. So as you can see here, things are labeled appropriately. So yeah, I have my input audio, game, alerts, Discord, music. So let's look at music specifically, and you can see here that there are multiple different tracks. This is not important, so don't worry about the fact that there's 6 different ones. If you are only streaming and not making, if you're not making videos, you only have to worry about having 2 of these enabled, right? So in this case, we know that 6 is our VOD audio track and 5 is the streaming audio track. As you can see here, that my audio input, game, alerts, Discord, and music, all of them are enabled on the 5th audio track. That means you can hear all of that. You can hear my alerts, you can hear Discord, you can hear music, the game, and my input audio. That's what that means if this is checked. As you can see, not all of these are checked on the 6th audio track, which is the VOD audio track. And you can see that this is unchecked in music. So that means this audio track will not be in the VOD. And that's really cool, right? And to kind of dive in this a little bit further, you can see that this won't necessarily apply to you particularly, because this is to like the majority of people, because this is kind of like a buy-in, right? But there's something called like virtual audio cables, which allows you to route certain audio sources to specific tracks, right? Think of them like train tracks, right? You have like train 1, like track 1 is your audio, and like so on and so forth, right? And you split those into like you want all your game audio to be on one track, it's going to be on one track, so on and so forth. And that's kind of like how it's split, right? For me, how I have it done is if I go to properties here, you can see that through my GoXLR actually provides a variety in labeled virtual audio cables, right? And for me, is I put it on the music audio cable. Nothing else is on the music audio cable except let me grab it real quick. Audio, sound settings, right? This is done through my PC in particular. So if we look here, right, if we go again, advanced sound options, we can see that Firefox is on this track, right? Cool, nothing else is here. We have other things on system, whatever. So that means only this audio is through the music track. And so I have that I have that here. So, and through properties, music, and this is how it's able to show up on OBS in the first place. Then from there, you go advanced audio properties and make sure this is turned off, right? You make sure that's turned off. And again, the only reason why, and I preface this already, I have an Go XLR, so I have these virtual audio cables available to me. But if you don't have a Go XLR, if you don't have $350 to spare, then you can actually do, I'm not going to do a full tutorial on this because this is, again, out of the scope of what this presentation is supposed to be, but you can go into VB audio cables, right? This is essentially your way of being able to get virtual audio cables and be able to split your audio in your PC. Highly recommend this if you do video editing, because what it allows you to do is individually interact with your audio and change your audio, manipulate your audio without manipulating anything else. So that means I'm able to manipulate my mic audio completely separately without ever affecting game audio, right? And that is amazing. That helps so much when it comes to video editing. But again, I'm not going to talk about how you set up virtual audio cables through VB audio cables, because again, that's out of the scope and that's not exactly what I use. But that is an option for people out there who want to split their audio. All right. Cool. Awesome. Let's talk about the general layout of OBS, right? Your layout can look any which way, right? It can look any which way. Arrange things to how you want them to be, right? What makes you feel comfortable. It's only necessary because Windows sucks and back is a mess, yeah. Arrange anything how you want to be, what feels right for you. But what I want to talk to you guys about is the many different ways of managing your real estate. Screen real estate is really, really important in OBS because you want to be able to have you want to be able to look at your dashboard and immediately understand what's happening on your dashboard very, very, very quickly, right? You want things to be clear. You want to be able to like have one look. It's like, oh, something happened, maybe like an activity, like somebody subbed. You want to be able to immediately see that, right? And so on and so forth. You want to be able to move about your scenes, move about your sources, or change your sources really easily, right? Obviously, everybody wants that, but how do you even go about doing that, right? How do you go about like min-maxing your real estate here, right? So let's talk about this. I'm gonna quickly go over like what is here, and then we'll kind of go back and how you're able to do it, right? So as you can see on the left side here, since my second monitor is to the right of my main monitor, what I want to do is essentially have this chat essentially to the far left of the screen as possibly can. So if I need to quickly look at chat, it's only like a simple I only like move my eyes and see chat without having to move my entire head, right? Again, this allows for a little bit of efficiency of being able to read chat while streaming. Okay. Sometimes also miss messages. Anyone would if like chat is moving really quickly, but yeah, there's that. You can also actually see here, especially if you're actually collabing with other people, right? You kind of see that, oh, there's collab chat, right? There's a little collab chat here, and it's actually it's actually a tab here, which is really cool. What you can actually do here is if we grab a doc here. So for example, let me grab my caption doc. Cool, we have captions here. So this is actually a doc for OBS, and you can actually grab this, hold onto it, and actually move it on top of pre-existing docs to stack them. So if I move it onto the audio mixer, I'm actually able to stack these and it can tap between them, right? And this is actually, this kind of helps a lot for things that you don't necessarily need at a first glance, but will need at some point for, I don't know, maybe for troubleshooting purposes, or need to be like, for example, my actual use case here is that, let me get captions off. My use case is that default is the Twitch activity feed for this one, right? And but as you can see, there's also another tab here for reward queue. So actually, if I at any point I need to go refund somebody, I can just tab over here, refund them, tab back to Twitch activity feed, right? Oh, I'm at the start of stream. I need to clear my reward queue. I need to take y'all's points, right? I'm not refunding anyone, Katie. You spent those points willingly, but hello, Katie. So, right, so I can tab over here, do whatever I need to do, tab back, and this is my default view, right? I'm not refunding anyone. You're not getting like a stimulus check from me. Your points are mine. You already have too many points anyways. What do you guys need more points for? So anyway, so I don't have anything here because I have the filters turned off for, you know, I don't want to like show any more information I need to, but yeah, you can see that, oh, you can actually turn followers on. You can see who people followed, so on and so forth. For pizza, you guys can buy pizza with those points. Why weren't you guys telling me? I have a lot of those. But yeah, and so on and so forth, right? Next thing over here is scenes and sources. As you can see, scenes is over here. Something to note here is how things are actually labeled, right? So we have live, we have production, right? We have the production, we have audio, we have assets, so on and so forth. I'll get to this in a little bit here, but first I want to just talk about the rest of the overlay, and then we'll come back to this because there's a lot to talk about here, but there's that. So I have scenes and I have sources right next to it because that just kind of makes sense. This is pretty default for a lot of OBS setups where you have scenes then sources, and these two you kind of always want to have on deck because you're always going to be fiddling with things, you're always going to be moving elements, you're always going to be switching between scenes, so on and so forth. So having these together and readily available is really nice, right? So next, I'm gonna go ahead and expand this. Obviously we have our controls, very basic stuff, you know. I have it here and it's pretty small because I don't really care. It's not necessarily all too important, simply because I'm not always going to mess with this. Obviously, at most is I stop and start stream. I'm on this literally once, right? The others tab here is stream information, right? Again, I'm not gonna mess with this much. If I'm only playing one game for the day, right? I'm gonna put this information in and set it and forget it, right? From here, you can actually have all of these. Really cool, really neat. It's really nice. Next is SAMMI deck. I'll talk a little bit. I'll go into SAMMI later on, but this shows that you can actually have a window here specifically to easily access your buttons. So you actually can see here that I have only a few buttons for automation purposes, and automation purposes only is to automate what redeems you can actually do at certain periods of time, right? So I have like collab specific redeems that I want to turn off and have others be on. Study redeems, for example, a lot of the redeems that involve sound effects are actually turned off. This is actually the current mode that we're in right now. And default redeems where everything is on, you guys can do whatever you want, right? So for the people that are using SAMMI, this is probably my go-to way of actually having an ease of access of these buttons. Again, I'll talk more about SAMMI a little bit later, but again, I just want to talk about the general overview of my OBS, right? Okay, cool. So SAMMI can do that? Yeah, it's really cool, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. So how do you even get some of these to look the way they do, right? So for some people, obviously with chat, you want it to be as vertical as possible. You want to have as much vertical real estate as possible because that's just naturally how information is shown, right? To be able to do this, you actually have to enable full height docks. This is not enabled by default, but you have to enable full height docks, which allows you to use the entirety of the vertical real estate space of OBS. Most times, what's going to happen is that things are kind of split in half, where as you can see here, this is kind of generally how things are like, where there's always going to be a dock below or above it. So most of the real estate space is kind of split in half vertically as a result, right? But I highly recommend people just turning on full height docks and making sure that your chat is able to use that full vertical real estate space. Obviously, there's the 1%ers who has like a third monitor tilted vertically just for chat and chat alone. And it's like fully and you can see chat, right? You can easily read chat. Cool. We're not like that. We only have two screens, and that's what we have to work with, right? So highly recommend doing that. we talked about stacking, right? We talked about how you're able to stack docs in general. But specifically, how do we get some of these docs, right? Some of these docs are actually not readily available, right? How do you do custom docs, right? You can actually do custom browser docs here. What you do here, I'm not going to click on this because I think it might have like a URL. Hold on. Give me a second. I think, is it Control 8? Aha! I'm going to look at this real quick. Okay, no, we're good. It doesn't have any sussy URLs. Okay, we're good. Let me disable preview. So you can see here that you would name the doc, right? You're gonna name the docs. I need to rename this back to collab chat. You can name the doc and give it the URL. So in the cases of that you're doing collabs, right? You're gonna be collabing with other people and you're both streaming, right? Most of the collabs I'm part of, I'm not. If, like, for example, with Moko, we have this thing where each of us take turns streaming, so only one person has to stream, and everyone will be redirected to that stream. But if there's a chance that you're collabing with somebody else, and you want to also see what is happening in their chat, right? Especially since you are collabing with each other, you're going to be talking to each other. You want to be able to see what their chat is. Maybe their chat might be asking a question about you, and you can actually go ahead and answer that. You'll be able to see that, right? And so what you can do here is actually, for example, you go to their Twitch channel, Moko, like Mokooni, for example, chat, and make sure you pop out their chat. You grab the URL of that chat window and paste it here, right? And you're actually able to see their chat window here. You can even see that I have 46,000 Moko money. Hey, please don't raise any prices based on how much I have. So I have 46,000 Moko bucks, and you see that, right? And so this allows you to be you're able to see all the chats at once, right? And I think that's pretty useful. So that's like the practical use case of actually having custom browser docs. In addition to that, reward queue is a custom browser doc from the stream dashboard. So I was able, again, pop that out, grab the URL, and so on and so forth. SAMMI deck. This is how I'm actually able to show the buttons here. SAMMI panel solutions. That's the URL I had to grab, so on and so forth, right? You can even see I have like Azuki combos here. So I can go over here, turn that on, and you can see that it will connect to the Mizumi page, and I actually have that ease of access. Right? Pretty cool, right? So you can have all the information that you want here. If it's, if you have the URL, you can have all the information readily available to you however you want it to be. You can even have like pictures here. If you have, you can grab the Discord link, essentially the Discord URL, and actually have it here as well, right? That's how I was able to do have the Nina command grab routes just readily available on my OBS. That's how I was able to do it, right? Pretty cool, right? Hell yeah. Let's see here. In terms of this, you can see my audio mixer is actually horizontal. You can actually have this in a vertical layout too. That's perfectly fine. That's completely up to you. However you want it. I have it horizontal just because Lamau. That's your own prerogative, how you want to see it. I think for me personally, it was just how the screen real estate is. I'm actually able to see more of it being horizontal opposed to vertical. But again, that's just me because, for example, I'm going to have the Twitch activity feed much bigger than I'm going to have the audio mixer, because I can take a quick look. It's like, okay, my audio input is here, or I'm at this level is, or so on and so forth, right? That's why I kind of have it horizontal, because I have less horizontal space than I do vertical space for this particular element, right? So I want to be able to see as many of my audio sources as possible. So I can always monitor, it's like, oh, did I remember to lower the music after watching a video, so on and so forth. Speaking of audio, this is kind of like the audio levels I have, especially when speaking. So I have mine at like -10, or this is more specifically where my audio levels sit at, right? For me, for my input audio, I have it between -10 and -5 dB, right? Sometimes it goes a little bit higher, but there is a compressor that kind of pulls it back down, so it doesn't fully peak the mic. For video games, I have it sit around minus 25, minus 20, right? For alerts, I kind of have it a little bit higher at minus 20, minus 15. Discard audio, I have it very similar. It's kind of very similar to my input audio being at minus 15, minus 10. My talking music right now is at around minus 35, minus 30. So it's kind of quiet. But I think this is kind of the way I like it because even if songs that get really, really loud won't necessarily overpower me at any point. Right? And that's where my audio levels kind of sit at, right? If you never, audio is such a big thing when it comes to streaming, right? Out of everything to like invest first, you want to have like a pretty good mic, because that's kind of the first things people hear. Like if you sound nice, if your audio like levels are good, it's much easier to kind of stick around, right? Or at least in my case, like as a viewer, like if you have good audio quality, I'm more than inclined to like stick around, even if maybe like the video is like kind of bad. You can always like listen to something, right? You can always listen to people. So there's that. I'm not gonna go specifically like the filters and stuff like that. That doesn't really matter too much. That is a case-by-case basis, but if you want to see my filters, I do have an upward compressor, just in case there are times where I'm like really low, but like I want to whisper, but still you guys want to hear me. There's that. I also have audio move, but that's like, again, that's for something very specific, for a very specific effect, which if we have time at the very end, if I'm not going too far over, then I'll talk about a lot of the extra stuff, such as doing the gotcha, doing the like move actions, the hologram, the cutscene stuff. I'll talk about that at the end. That's not necessarily important right now. That's just some of the fun stuff. Cool, awesome. How do I freaking organize my scenes, right? How do I organize my scenes? You could do this however you want. I actually stole a bit of this idea from Just Joe when I saw his setup, right, which inspired me to like actually go and freaking fix my scenes, right? So for me, I have a set of scenes for live, I have a set of scene for production, and I have a set of scene for audios and just random assets that will may or may not take place across multiple scenes, right? Filters, so on and so forth, right? These, I don't think you have to really worry about too much. It can be useful for organizational purpose, but you don't have to worry about it. So let's go ahead and take a look at what is under live. So as you can see, we're currently on live : just chatting, right? We're under just chatting. And you can actually see my sources here. And you're like, huh, that is not many sources in comparison to what you have on screen. You're absolutely correct, right? You're absolutely correct. You can see that there's a cyberpunk meme, there's spoopy scary skeletons, Scrab, right, and just chatting. As you can see, I make use of nested sources or nested scenes, which are really, really useful for organizational purposes, and additionally, reusing scenes across multiple different scenes as a source. So if we go to studio mode here, and we go to the production version of just chatting, you can see, oh, holy crap, there are way more sources now. There are way more sources here, right? We have the gotcha, we have the cutscene. You have me, which essentially is VTube me and stuff like that, right? I realize I'm looking always to my right, but like I'm like looking on screen when I should be looking over here, but that's just how that is. That's just how that is for now. But yeah, so with that said, yeah, this is where anything and everything is. So you have my nested scene for overlays and so on and so forth. You can see that if I click on some of these, this is, I don't think that needs to be anything. You can see that there's the time, this is the time widget near the bottom of the screen, my now playing widget, the browser source itself, so I can actually turn this off and on, and so on and so forth. So at any point do I need to actually change things about a particular scene, this is where I would do it, right? I would go into the production, I would turn on studio mode and go and change these accordingly, right? For the most part, these are basically set and forget it for the most part. And that's why a lot of these are locked, because I don't really want to be moving them. If you decide to lock a scene, that means you won't accidentally move them or click on them when you are adjusting other parts of the scene, right? Essentially, that's how it's set up across everything else. So like for starting soon, you can see that all the stuff that goes into the starting soon screen is here. Be right back, so on and so forth, right? For fighting games, for example, I actually have different folders for any particular game I'm playing, since I actually do I play through multiple different fighting games, making certain setups for certain games really helps me out a lot in terms of efficiency, right? So it's like, oh, I'm playing Tekken one day, well, we're just going to show the Tekken overlay, right? Oh, if I'm playing Uni 2 one day, I'll show the Uni 2 overlay, right? And each within these folders has their own specific game capture, right? For their own specific game capture. Hello, Scafer, thank you so much for the raid. I'm gonna wait a little bit. I'm gonna wait 30 seconds for the pre-roll ads to get out of the way. In the meantime, I'm gonna take a drink. Hopefully you had a good stream with Sonic X Shadow Generations. I actually just finished Shadow Generations last night, and it was tons of fun. So hopefully it's been good to you. Big old drink. Yeah, it didn't take long. It only took like 6 hours to get through Shadow Story. That'll be my thoughts. I'll talk about it a little bit later. Right, I'll talk about it a little bit later. I liked it. First off, I liked it. I really did. But hello. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm Tiramiso. I normally play fighting games such as Guilty Gear Strive and Tekken 8. Afterwards, I like to wind down with some indie games, and then end the night with some Japanese learnings, with chill tunes and good vibes. Currently, we're doing kind of like a TED Talk about what I do to make content, what I do to stream, and what I do to make YouTube videos. So if you guys were ever interested in making videos, streaming, getting into streaming, or improving the efficiency of your streaming, making it easier for yourself, stick around. It's going to be really interesting. But first things first, please take care of yourself. Your health matters first and foremost. But thank you so much for the raid. You wish you were here sooner for this? Yeah, no worries. If at any point you guys had missed any that you guys had to sleep at some point, you guys forgot this was happening, it's okay. It's going to be in video format. So when if you ever want to reference certain things, I'll make sure I have timestamps for the parts I do cover, when I cover them, and so on and so forth, right? But going back into it. So as you can see, since I mentioned that I play a lot of fighting games, I actually have different folders for them. So in these folders, we have different positions of where the now playing widget is at, because that has to change depending on where the bars are on the UI for any particular fighting game. For some of these, I have actually different input histories, right? This is done through a external program, which I'll talk about in a little bit, or a little bit after. We'll go in detail, and then everything has their own dedicated game capture, right? And so yeah, and so depending on the day, it's like I'm playing Tekken, I reveal that. If I'm playing Uni 2, I reveal this, so on and so forth, right? Cool. That's pretty neat, right? I think this saves a bit of time. Traditionally, a lot of people, when it comes to like changing games, obviously you would have just one game capture, but since this remembers what that game capture is, it'll automatically be able to detect it when you turn on that game. There's that. But in terms of regular game captures, I just have one game capture and I switch this window. This is why I really like OBS Studio, is because they have this like a constant context sensitive information bar. So from here, you can, if you click on a source, you can actually actively change the properties of it, change the filters with one click, with one look. You can change whatever window that it's capturing, right? And it's really nice. So having just one game capture is kind of really helpful, and of course it helps with a bit of organization, right? Cool. A few other things. So I had mentioned that I use nested scenes. Again, why is this important? Why is this even something that you should consider in the first place? It is for organization. Again, time and again. I think why some people really just don't like streaming is because they're kind of, I want to say streaming inefficiently, but they're kind of making their job harder for themselves if you don't do organization. Right? Organization is so important. It's just like cleaning up your room, right? It's hard to move around your room and there's clothes on the fucking floor. The freaking bed is freaking flipped over. The table is on the fucking roof. Like it's hard. It's hard, right? So to essentially be able to if you ever feel like streaming is kind of a hassle, is a burden, it's a cumbersome, it's probably because you don't really have things organized, right? So going out of your way to organize things will help you immensely. I promise you this. This is why I took a bit of a break like mid-year to completely revamp how I organize things in OBS. And it's helped me so much because after that revamp, I was able to build upon that foundation I had laid, and it was really easy to just stack pieces on. Like, for example, like I wanted to do gacha, for example, but with how things were previously organized, there was no way in hell I was going to do that without pulling my hair out, right? But now it's much better. Jack, your friend Jack thinks he communicates with vegetables. Jack and the beanstalk. That's amazing. Thank you for a daily pun joke. But yeah, so why are nested scenes important? So as you can see that if you see this icon next to default audio, right, it shows that it's a nested scene. Oh, that's interesting. Like when you think of scenes, you kind of think of visuals. You can actually nest your audio sources as well. So if we actually go to default audio here, you can see that I have my audio input, game, alerts, Discord, music, right? Cool. I can now take this scene and now have it as a nested scene in my main game, which will have default audio. It's also in my fighting game as well, which is really nice, right? So having nested scenes allows you to reuse your scenes across multiple different scenes, like as a source, right? And this saves you so much time. Like it is, let me tell you, it is really annoying to manually re-add. It's like, okay, this scene needs my audio input. It needs a game. I need to hear their alerts, right? Cool. Oh, my game or my just chatting screen I need to add audio input, so on and so forth, right? That's cumbersome, right? Nobody wants to do that. Make it easier for yourself, right? If you feel like you're gonna reuse like a preset of bit of audio, this is how you should probably do it. So I gotta go to the nested scene stuff to adjust the window is being captured, what audio specifically is toggled, right? Or you're missing something. Yeah, yeah, you're correct, right? You still have to go over there and be like, oh, if I don't want game audio, you can turn it off and so on and so forth, right? You can still mess with it, right? You feel like your life is a lie. Yeah, again, this is like for a lot of people who just don't really utilize this kind of stuff. Again, this with the Pro, it does have a con with it taking a little bit more few keystrokes to go change things, right? It takes a few more keystrokes to change things, opposed to having it just sit on your scene, right? For example, if this like instead of it being a for the BRB screen, though, if most people will do a group, right? You will create a group and name it audio, and then you put your audio within that group, and you can actually use that. You can actually then add that group to other scenes. That's another way of doing it, but in my experience, it's fine, it's okay, but I want to kind of try to be as set it as forget it as I possibly can, right? I want to be as modular as I can, and this is kind of how I do it. So you can see that, oh, I have a folder here, right? You can still use folders, they're fine. But in terms of like access, if I use nested scenes, I do not plan on messing with it, right? If I use nested scenes, I do not plan on messing with it. If I use groups, yeah, I'll open up, change a few things and whatever, and that's fine, right? But for things I change often, obviously they're there wholesale, right? And I have different audio for different areas, so that's why I have a whole area dedicated to audio. I have stuff for starting soon, BRB. As you can see here, that I do not have input audio. I do not have my mic audio in this one. So there is never a point in time where I will chat. You guys will not hear me on starting soon or BRB, right? That's good peace of mind. So I never have to like remember to like mute myself or anything like that. But something slightly different here is that the music that plays here, starting soon BRB and music. This source is a little bit different, even though yeah, it still has a music source. Audio. This is different from default audio simply because this has a different audio level from default audio, from the default audio in music. I want it to be louder because that is the only thing you'll generally be hearing on starting soon BRB. I essentially, when I switch to those scenes, the music will take precedence, right? So this is why I have something different from here. Again, I have study audio is a bit different. There is no alert audios here. I don't want people hearing alerts. I don't want I don't want like loud sounds ever happening. I want to keep it very tame or very chill for the most part. So I only have my input audio and a few other things here as well, studying music. And there are a few different filters here that is specific to study, right? Okay, cool. And I have an audio, which is just the game and just the music itself. Okay. Again, nested scenes are very helpful in that aspect. I'm looking more into nested scenes. This is what is really interesting here. Is, for example, for like the browser source. It's kind of hard to see here in the preview. I'm gonna see if I can extend this as much as possible. All right, sorry chat, you're gonna get squished a little bit. As you can see, in the preview here for the browser source, this takes up the entire, you know, screen space, right? Where I have my border and I have whatever I'm showing, like what I want to show you guys, right? And so this translates into this right here, into this smaller space right here, right? And so from here, it's like, yo, this is where I have things that I can show you guys. Why do I have it like this is for a very specific reason. So I actually have this tied, its visibility is actually tied to a keybind. So what happens here is that this browser, or this scene in particular, is tied to a keybind. So I can hit Control 8 and I can just remove it, right? This is kind of like the power. This kind of helps helps you to be modular with things. So for example, like, oh, I want to quickly hide my screen real quick. I want to quickly hide the browser so I can look at something, then bring it back up. I'll be able to do that, right? You technically don't really have to. You don't need an entire like scene dedicated to your browser or anything like that. The only reason I have that is because it has these borders, and mainly because if you actually look closely, this is not 1080 by 920, right? This is not 1080 by 920. This is actually cropped a little bit. I cropped a little bit off the top for one main reason. Sometimes the URL can be sussy. The URL on the browser, especially if you're if you're like showing files from your computer, right? For example, if I turn on browser capture back on, you actually don't see the URL, you don't see the tabs whatsoever, because mainly I'm actually drag and dropping pictures from my PC itself onto the browser, so I can easily show you guys, right? This is how I'm actually able to like show you all the information very, very, very quickly, very, very, very easily, right? Without having to open like photo from Windows or anything like that and have trouble of capturing that. It's all here and very easy. And sometimes I don't, and I really don't want to show you the URL. And the URL here, it doesn't really show much, but just in case, just to protect yourself, I have a little cropped off at the top. So that's why it kind of is its own thing, right? But yeah, so there's that. Browser capture. So there's that. There's a few other things here. You can see there's spoilers. This is from back when I played Final Fantasy 16. There's a whole thing for spoilers. My overlays are essentially what you expect. It's like all the overlays. So it has my alert, it has my Twitch alerts, it has the stuff for the Spooktacular Streamathon stuff is here. All of it's here. Whiteboard, and this essentially, this is dedicated to things that are meant to be shown on every single screen, right? So I even have my whiteboard plugin here, and so there's that. You're definitely gonna learn this. I think it can help run AC a little bit better as well. Yeah, it's like just being a little bit more efficient with your organization, and this is not efficiency on your PC, more so this is efficiency in workflow, right? I want to specify that this makes your workflow way more efficient. I promise you this. And you can even see gacha. You can see all the files for the gacha, right? And you can see here that if I actually proc the repair spray plus, it takes up that full screen, but it's actually when you actually go to just chatting, for example, if we actually go to the gacha, it only takes up this specific part of the screen, right? It only takes up that specific part of the screen. So again, a lot more of the, if these are the things that you want to like set, forget, not change, I highly recommend using nested scenes. Anyways, you get the idea. You get the idea. You saw the, I explained how they work, you know, how to use them, how to actually do it in the first place, and some use cases on where they actually can be useful in your organization, right? So those are nested scenes. That was the whole thing, right? That's the whole thing, but I think that was really important. Let's see here. Oh, okay. So we talked about scenes, which is a lot, right? That was a whole thing. That was a whole thing on scenes, right? Let's talk about some more of like some more specific stuff before we kind of move on to another topic, another major thing of OBS. So some cleanup, right? Some cleanup. So for the VTubers out there, especially if you're using Live 2D, specifically if you're using like VTube Studio, right? Something I recommend is that if you go to your advanced audio properties, is that you have a sync offset. You can change this to however you want, but naturally there will be a delay between what you say and what your VT, when your Live 2D actually shows, right? There's gonna be a delay. Your audio 9 times out of 10 will come out first before it is being physically or like visually shown on your model. So that's why there's kind of sometimes there is a there's a very small disconnect. There's a small like what seems to be like a delay, right? And to like essentially fix this, you can actually add a delay here. I think initially it had like 120, right? You can actually add a small delay to your audio to actually sync up with your VTube Studio model, right? Not a lot of people really know this, mainly because you don't really see it all too often, it's not enough to like for you to like notice and to bother you, but it's there and it'll probably feel a lot better, right? If you add a offset. Okay. Let's see. Some things about the activity feed. I talk about the filters. I have them turned off for now, but something I recommend of having for your filters, you can have your followers. I think you can have mainly what I have turned on is followers, raids, shoutouts, and subs. That's kind of what I have. Okay. This also helps later on if you ever decide to do like wrap-up tweets or something like that. You want to thank people who's rated you. This will allow you to essentially keep your like the most like important information like concise. Like, oh, you know who followed you, oh, you know who rated you, and so on and so forth. That's kind of what I have for my activity feed. I think that's it for the general layout and specifically in terms of organization of OBS, right? Of OBS. Let's talk about the things that can also help you out. Let's talk about plugins, right? Let's talk about plugins. So if we go to tools here, we actually have I'm gonna have way more than what you have because I have a few other things installed. But let's talk about plugins. So I had shown this a little bit before, but I have closed captions, right? I have closed captions here, and they're really helpful because one, again, it helps with accessibility. There are some people who may have troubles hearing but are able to read, and having closed captions help those people maybe to be able to follow along in your stream. Additionally, they can also help maybe clarify people. It's like, wait, did I hear that right? And 9 times out of 10, that will be this will help, right? This will help. How do you get closed captions, right? How do you get closed captions? Let me go over here. You can actually search it up, but specifically it is closed captions via Google Speech Recognition. It's free, right? It costs you nothing, and it actually gives you the closed caption button on your Twitch streams, right? So this is what I use, and I recommend people if you. I think the only problem is that they're automatically on every time you visit the stream, but again, this helps people who can't hear as well to be able to follow along your streams. Again, accessibility stuff, highly recommended if you want to add closed captions to your screens. And this is like very, very easy to set up. So once you actually have it set up, or once you actually have it installed, you choose your caption source, and so on and so forth. There's a whole bunch of like options here, how many lines there's going to be, capitalization, where it outputs to, profanity filter as well. You can also create a transcript as well. So this helps you if you actually want to subtitle your streams afterwards in terms of editing. You can actually go over here and grab it. It helps with that. Highly recommend this. So this helps on accessibility front. This also helps on video editing front if you decide to subtitle. Cool. Another thing, this goes for the VTubers out there specifically. So if you're using either, I think, VideoTube Mini or VTube Studio, this is a requirement for you. This is a requirement for you guys. It is the Spout plugin. So for a lot of people, right, people capture their windows, whether it be window capture or game capture, whatever. That's the normal way of capture things. And people might default to capturing their VTube Studio through this, and I don't recommend that. There's something specific called Spout, and as you can see here, if we go to properties, this is what it will look like, right? So we have Spout senders, and I choose VTube Studio, and you can choose composite mode as well. So what does this do? So this is essentially boop, boop, boop. Where did Spout go? There we go. This Spout plugin essentially allows you to be able to capture your VTube Studio without needing to capture the window itself. So it allows you to lower the CPU usage overall, and essentially let everything run better, right? Again, more optimizations, a bit of efficiency. I highly recommend people who are using, like, whether you're a PNG tuber through VideoTube or you're using a Live 2D, then I highly recommend people please install Spout. This is like really a requirement, for that. Right. And I had mentioned VideoTube as well. Big surprise. Yeah, VideoTube actually supports Spout as well. So you actually don't. Would this work for PNG Plus? It will work if PNG Plus has a option for that. Supports that, because I know VideoTube actually supports that. FridayTuber has the one you switch over. It's really good. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Yeah, I've been stuck on VideoTube because that's just what I had initially, and it works, right? And it works. So there's that. It just got Spout implementation as well. Ooh, okay, that's good to see. But yeah, for the inspiring PNG tubers and VTubers out there, please install Spout. It will help with running OBS, VTube Studio, and a game all at the same time, and your PC will thank you for it. It's so nice. I will keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. Let me go grab that. I'll add that to my list of things. Right? List of things I need to line of. Okay. What's the next one? Auto starter. Let's talk about auto starter. Am I gonna link all of this in the video guide? Yes, I will. So, auto start. So if you decide to host things on your own computer, you're gonna have multiple different programs, right? So for example, for me, I have MixItUp, I have SAMMI. You can see I have MixItUp here. Oh, where'd my OBS go? It's on my background, which is fine. I'm not embarrassed. I'm actually quite proud. I have MixItUp. I have SAMMI, right? I have multiple different programs that are running on my own PC, and they all need to start. I need to open them up every time I start streaming, right? I need to open them up every time I start streaming, and it's annoying to be like, okay, I'm gonna pin these to my taskbar. I'm gonna click on one of them, right? That's annoying. That's cumbersome, right? It's gonna be so annoying to be like, oh, I don't want to start streaming because I have to open up this, I have to open this, and sometimes you just forget. Sometimes you just forget to open things up, right? I know plenty of people are just like, oh, I forgot to open up MixItUp. God damn it, right? Things don't work. Oh, the bot is not working. I need to open up MixItUp, right? Auto starter helps with that, right? What auto starter does is just a script where you point towards all the .exe files of the programs that you want to start when you launch OBS, right? So once you have this installed, you would go to scripts, and it's going to be right here, AutoStar Lua. And you can see here, I'm not afraid to show these directories simply because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't show too much important information, but yeah, you would essentially have them point towards these .exe files. And as you can see, auto close on OBS quit, you can actually check mark that, and it works with .exe files. So, or only works with .exe files. So when I close OBS, right, all of these will close for the most part. All of these will close, and I don't have to worry about actually closing them. This helps so immensely. Be like, oh, stream has ended. Stop stream, stop recording, and I'm gonna go to fuck the bed. Everything else will close, and it'll be fine. Right. Highly recommend this. Highly recommend AutoStar. Whiteboard Lua is fine, right? It's not that important. Whiteboard Lua is exactly what you think it is, right? Whiteboard Lua is exactly what you think it is. If I go to window projector, right, I'm actually able to draw on stream, right? If you ever needed something, like you needed to draw something on stream, you need to get your point across, you can do this, right? This is what Whiteboard Lua is, right? How do I clear it? There we go. That's what Whiteboard Lua, that's what Whiteboard is, right? And I had even mentioned that a little bit beforehand where it sat on my overlay, right? And so by having this as a nested scene on like just chatting, for example, I'm able to draw on any of these scenes, right? On any of these scenes. Cool, right? I think that is, I find like the whiteboard fairly useful because if you just want to like MS Paint something on your screen itself very quickly without having to open up MS Paint, make sure it's captured, and praying that it's like it doesn't completely cover your screen, right? It's something it's something that helps, right? Yeah, there's that. But I was gonna hope you have a good night. This was very informative. Have a good night, Mecca. And yeah, if you ever want to see what more I'll be talking about, again, it will be in video format for later on. Right. But yeah, there's that. Let's see. Is there any other plugins I want to talk about? No, not necessarily. Let's talk about widgets. Let's talk about widgets, right? So there are two widgets I use, right? There are two widgets I use. There is a few more that I'll go back, there I'll go in detail, but the two widgets I use is the clock widget, as you can see, to always have the time available, right? So I find this useful because people will then have like a point of reference to like how late is it in your stream, right? And it also helps you maybe keep track of the time as well, because maybe sometimes if, like for me, I don't have the taskbar always available, so I don't always see where the time is. So this kind of helps me. If I look over there, it's like, oh shit, it's that time. Maybe I should like start wrapping up, so on and so forth. In addition to that, I also have a now playing, so you can always see what music I'm playing, what the song name is, and what the album is. So that is, let me go grab those links real quick. So what I do, what the widget I use for now playing is, let me sign in real quick. Oop. Studio mode. Let me go grab browser capture. Right? Why aren't you capturing? Oh, am I doing? Oh wait. Weird. Okay. It's not working? That's fine. I could just like move this over. Not the biggest deal. It's the same thing. The same thing. I just won't be able to see you guys. So I knew it's like 6K labs. This is what I use. And so you can actually read from two different music services, whether it be Spotify or YouTube Music. If it's YouTube Music, connecting it is a little bit more involved, but there's a tutorial for that. Same thing with Spotify, there will be a tutorial for that as well. So I use a Muse. And from here, you grab your browser source URL from here, and you can actually change the appearance as well. So there's a whole bunch of different ways that it can look. It's cover appearance, a player appearance, whether it has like magic colors or like a set color. You can have that all here. Visibility, hide on pause. So at some point, if it's like pause, you won't be able to see it. So on and so forth. It's free. Highly recommended if you want to, if you're playing music in the background and people ever want to know what music you're playing, they'll be able to read it straight off of your stream, right? It's really cool. It's really nice. Highly recommend it for a music player. Okay, and the other one is the clock. Also free. But yeah, it's also Ko-Fi from Chronico, right? This is just a clock that you can have, and there's a whole bunch of customization with it. So I think if I go to mine, right, you can actually see that you can customize it to how you want. This is how I was able to quickly change it from its normal color scheme to like more of an orange color scheme to match what the rest of the aesthetic is of it being like more of a Halloween theme, right? There's a whole bunch of settings that you can do here. For example, whether you want to have a display for the analog clock, how the second hands tick, or it'd be smooth, so on and so forth. There's a lot of options here. Again, so if you ever need like a clock widget, I highly recommend this because then you can customize it to how you want, the format. In addition to, you can actually have additional labels as well. So for example, you can see here, you can as labels for my Twitter, for YouTube, Blue Sky, so on and so forth. You can add more labels if you so want to, as options for that. After that, after you're done editing all of that, you can actually save and you will be able to get a HTML file for it. And then all you have to do is open up a browser source and make sure that browser source points to a local file, which is going to be that HTML file. Pretty easy, right? Not too bad. Those are the two widgets I use. For the fighting gamers out there, I'm also using another widget. There's some messages here on a Discord. Discord. There we go. Check those real quick. All right, we're good. Let's see, for the fighting game players out there, let me go grab your widgets. So if you ever wondered how I did the I was able to show the input history, how I was able to show my like gamepad on screen. This is how I did it. Let me go grab it real quick. Let's see, and fight stick motion OBS. Okay. So I use a thing called display fight stick motions, and it's on the open OBS like forums as a resource, so you can actually download this here, and this allows you to customize your fight stick to show on screen. All right, I think this is really nice. I think this adds a little bit more jingling keys to your stream, but it can be pretty helpful, right? So from here you can actually customize how these look. I'm not going to know exactly how to set this up. They have more of a comprehensive tutorial for you to be able to do this from, but this is how I'm able to show my fight stick. And additionally, it also has a mode for input history mode. And this is all really nice. So it's like, oh, if I ever need to see that I thought I got that input, I look over, I didn't get that input, it's like, all right, I held myself accountable. It's like, I swear I got that input, and look over, it's like, no, you didn't get that input. It's like, all right, you know what, fair enough, I didn't get that input. And so this allows you to do that, right? I mainly like using the input history mode mainly for myself and also for chat as well. It's like, oh, you can see how bad I'm mashing, and it could be really funny. You can really add to that. So yeah, this is the display fight stick motions on the OBS software, right? Fairly easy to set up for the most part. Customizing can be a pain, but again, this isn't our situation of set it, forget it. Once you set up the first time, you don't have to worry about it ever. Right? Do note, big heckin' note. Please open that HTML file up in Google Chrome. It will not save properly when you try to save it. When you try to save a layout, it will not save properly if you don't do it in Google Chrome. Why am I saying this? It's because I was trying to figure it out for the longest time on first setup. I'm like, why is this not working? Why is none of my stuff saving? It's because I was doing it in Firefox. I'm telling you this because I love you, okay? I don't want you to struggle as much as I did. I want you to struggle as much as I did. Anyways, that's how I get the fighting stick motions on there. Okay. Close that. I don't need that. Okay. Let's see here. What else? Is that it? Is that it from OBS's end? I think that might be it. Yeah, I think that might be it. Wow, that's a whole part. That was a whole part. Oh, we're at 3 hours. I want to take a break real quick. I want to take a break. I want to grab something to eat. I've been yapping a lot, so my throat is kind of getting dry. So I want to rest my throat just a little bit. Just a little bit. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take a quick break. We can come back, and what we're gonna be talking about is a lot of the external stuff that I use alongside OBS. We're gonna talk about VTube Studio. We're gonna talk about MixItUp. We're gonna talk about SAMMI. We're gonna talk about all of those. Then what we're gonna go into is a lot of the stuff I use to make the things that you see. So we're gonna talk about Inkscape, and we're gonna talk about Cavalry. Afterwards, to the end of the night off, where I'll talk about how I go about making YouTube videos. So we're going to talk about Vinci Resolve a little bit, and just the process of what I go about doing YouTube videos. So essentially, that's going to be what's going to be coming up. So if that's any of that stuff sounds interesting to you, stick around after the break, right? So I'll be right back. Everyone, get up, stretch. Rest your eyes, drink water, take your meds if you have meds that you need to take, so on and so forth. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. Okay. Hey, all right. Boop. And we're back. Hello. Things are a little bit changed here. Yeah, you see two of me. Because we're about to talk some VTS stuff. There's not that much to talk about. In the grand scheme of things, right? There's not that much to talk about in the grand scheme of things, but I want to make sure I cover them, because there might be just some things that people don't know, and that could just help them, right? Okay, so first things first, I will probably assume that you already know your way around VTS, having already being a VTuber, maybe you have like a free model or something like that, like I do, and you kind of already know your way around some stuff, but there are some things that can actually help you be a little bit more efficient with VTubing. Right? First things first, let's go to settings, and let's go to hotkey settings. Right. This is important because I always see people kind of move their model around. They might have multiple different overlays, and that involves their model being in certain different places, and it can be quite cumbersome to go from like your just chatting screen, maybe you're like super big, right, like how I am here, and then you have to go to your game screen and you're like super small, right, because you don't want to take up like the majority of the screen, or you do, right, because that's your style of VTubing, right? But for me, I don't really taking up too much of the screen. Like I'm there, but I'm not necessarily the biggest I'm not the biggest focus here, because people are maybe more than likely just watching the game, and maybe just seeing me for the reactions, so on and so forth. Yeah, immersion. Yeah, you get to see the green screen, and me get blocked by hotkey settings. Yeah, this is also the perks of Spout as well, because it actually never shows any of this stuff in front of me. It never shows the UI or anything like that. But let's talk about hotkeys. Right. So for example, I have two different modes, whether it be I'm in just chatting mode, whether I'm like up here, or in the gaming mode where I'm down here. And all that is affected by hotkeys. So I never have to guess where I should be positioning myself at any point in time. Right. It's all done for me. In addition to that, it allows me to quickly change on the fly of like what form I may be in. So for example, if I want to be in demon form, I have a hotkey for that. And so on and so forth. That's not necessarily new when it comes to like a lot of VTube models. You will hotkey your expressions, right? And that just makes sense. But not a lot of people remember just to hotkey their positions as well. So as you can see here, I have a BRB position. I have a BRB position, and I have a main position. I'm like scrolling down so I'm getting smaller. I'm growing smaller, but you can see that here. Would you say the gamer mode is locking in? Basically. But yeah, you can see that if I do numpad 0 divide, I'll go into my like BRB position, or more namely, it's the just chatting position. But this is like BRB was from back when I had my old layout, when that was what it was called. But this is the just chatting position, right? And this is here. And how you would do this is that you would hotkey action move model and record the position. So wherever your model is at that current point, you click on record position, it will save that position. After that, you just make sure you have you do your key combination. For example, if you're having essentially to activate this, instead of just pushing one button, you have to hold like a modifier button and press another button. This is how you would do it, where numpad 0 is my modifier, and divide key is the button I push to have that happen. Same thing here. If I scroll down here, numpad 0 multiply, right? For a lot of my things, right, I have a lot of my hotkeys, whether it be considering OBS Studio or VTube Studio, is everything concerns my numpad, right? If you have a Stream Deck, this is where it becomes really, really, really useful, where you could just boop, push that button on your Stream Deck and that would do it, right? But for me, I don't want to spend money on a Stream Deck when I have a perfectly good full keyboard in front of me. I know a lot of people may have a 70% keyboard, like 60% keyboard. So as a result, you may not have your function buttons, or you may not have your keypad buttons, and that's where a Stream Deck might come in useful. But for those that actually have a full keyboard, I highly recommend maybe tying a lot of your hotkey actions to your numpad. So for example, in terms of OBS, everything is controlled through control. So my control is my modifier for anything that concerns OBS. So if I do like control minus, for example, it does the cutscene mode, right? It does cutscene mode. You guys kind of seen that, but you guys did see that, but yeah, you could see cutscene mode. And so any that concerns VTube Studio for me, its modifier is like hold 0 and press another button on the keypad stuff. And that's how I'm able to get around that. Yeah, there's that. Hotkeys are your best friend. Please, please, please use them. Something let's see, something to note. We can talk about pets. Yeah, we can talk about pets. So as you can see, the guy above me is it's actually a pet. And how did I get that working? So that was actually through let me grab it. VTS Pog. Right, it's through VTS Pog, and this costs $15. So if you kind of wanted text-to-speech through VTube Studio, this is how you would able to do it, is through VTS Pog. And setting that up is actually fairly easy for the most part, but because you could basically use anything. You can use any model for it because you only need like 2 different parameters for it. So if we go to change VTS model and we go to the Starfart pet, right? If we go to the pet itself, right? If we go to the pet itself, as you can see, I'm talking, it's actually really not, it's not like moving its mouth, mainly because if we go to the we go to the options here, we want to go specifically to VTS Pog open. Let's see here. There's this. Yeah, mainly VTS Pog open, and essentially you would connect. Wait, where is it? It's a very specific thing. I want to say. Hi. I want to say it's VTS. It's just VTS Pog open, right? Yeah, it should be this. There's a full tutorial for this, but essentially you would move like mainly all the other mouth parameters. But in terms of like the input, it would be the voice volume 2, and this is connected to VTS Pog. So every time you say something through VTS Pog, right?
Pog online poggers.
the mouse would move accordingly, right? So essentially that's how I have mine set up. Again, this is like $15. It's a $15 buy-in. You really don't need this, but this is probably the one solution I found. And unfortunately, I didn't really find like a free solution unless you program it yourself. But hey, I mean, it's pretty good for what it is, and I was willing to support the devs. So there's that. Something also interesting, if we go back to my main model here. Right, if we go back to my main model here, we can take a look at not item settings. I need item scenes. As you can see that there's a pumpkin scene here. If we actually take a look at it, you can see that it contains like pumpkin front, hat, and pumpkin back, right? And you actually can tie this to a hotkey as well. So you can see if I do hold numpad 0 and do 3, I can actually activate this item scene, right? And this is really useful. Why I keep talking about hotkeys is why it's useful is for how you can use it as a part of redeems, right? How I can use it as part of redeems. And this is a really perfect segue to MixItUp. So, let me move this over here so you don't have to see a full green screen of me anymore. But let me go grab where is it? MixItUp. There it is. So, let me make chat a little bit bigger. There we go. Okay. So here's the introduction to MixItUp. If you're not familiar with MixItUp, it is a separate program that allows you to automate things, right? You can automate a whole bunch of things. So for example, let me just do a quick example. For example, you can automate channel point redeems, right? This is where you're actually able to activate things. So for example, bean transformation, or not bean transformation, delete that. We don't need that anymore. That was a test. For example, becoming bean, right? What even goes into becoming a bean, right? Actually, which one's easier? Which one's like the easiest thing I can like do real quick? Oh, pizza. Let's do the pizza emo. So if you guys are familiar with the pizza, this is pizza, right? Pretty cool, right? So what this is that you can do a series of commands. So for example, this is on the Twitch channel point. So example is that I grab the reward name, which is pizza, and I essentially point to a video file path, play it with a sound, right? And that's how I'm actually able to get that redeem working, right? Which is really neat. This basically automates that stuff for you, so you don't have to actually manually do this when this redeem happens, right? Which is really nice. Again, you can also automate a whole bunch of other stuff like sound effects and things like that, which is like pretty standard of the mill, right? Being able to automate like sound effects, which is nice. You obviously can do that through sound alerts, which is hosted elsewhere opposed to your PC, but you can also host what you can do on those sites. You can just do on your own PC if you so wish to, right? You can do a whole host of things, right? You can be as simple as you want, or as complicated as you want, such as like the cyberpunk meme, or being able to talk to VTube Studio, right? And kind of the start of all this is the accounts. When you first get MixItUp, you have to log into who the streamer is, which is Tiramisu for me, anyways, and a bot account, which will essentially allow you to have, which is like your equivalents of like Nightbot or MooBot or something like that. you'll be able to do messages through that account and it act as a bot, right? So before you actually are able to kind of use MixItUp, you need to have 2 accounts, one for obviously your main account to stream on, and one just some other account, whatever, name it whatever you want, but that will be your bot account, right? Additionally, it has a lot of services that you can connect to. For example, you can actually interact with Discord. You can actually, when you stream, MixUp will essentially post to your Discord. So for example, on Discord there is the streamer bot, which every time you go live, it will automatically post to Discord with like a particular ad saying to notify people, hey, you're streaming now. You can actually do this. You can host this yourself. You don't actually have to use a external program or like a cloud service program to do so, right? You can actually just host this yourself. There's a lot that MixItUp can do. The main things I have it connect to is OBS Studio itself, so it can actually interact with OBS in some ways. So it can change certain scenes, visibility, toggle visibility on certain sources, so on and so forth. Being able to connect to OBS is probably the first and biggest thing that I would do. And to be able to do that, you essentially you have OBS here and go to WebSocket server settings. I'm not going to go click on this because it actually has some sensitive information in terms of like your IP and like password and stuff like that. But essentially you would be able to do it through here, WebSocket server settings, right? In addition to that, it also has like an overlay. So if you decide to, if you ever want to host your own alerts, if you want to host certain like overlays through MixItUp, you can, right? You can do that, opposed to maybe just putting it directly onto the scenes themselves, like your assets on the scenes themselves. You can actually do it through the overlay. I don't really do that. I only use this for very specific stuff that involves chat integration, right? And I'll talk about that a little bit later on. You'll see that in the Cyberpunk meme, which requires chat input to display to have the text, right? Another thing that I have connected to is SAMMI, so I can actually talk to SAMMI. This is very straightforward in terms of connection. Testify that, so I know when people donate, certain things happen. And again, we'll go over that a little bit to kind of see the use case of it. And of course, VTube Studio, right? It's also connected to VTube Studio. So after you like log into your accounts, this is probably the next step that you want to do, is go to your services and make sure you connect to the things that you want MixItUp to talk to, right? Okay, cool. So what is kind of, how do you even begin to start automating things through MixItUp, right? How do you even do that? It's mainly through the commands, right? What I use MixItUp mainly for is it takes these events from Twitch and allows it, and MixItUp will execute specific commands according to those events, right? Fundamentally, these are the commands that you can create your own, right? So for example, I don't really normally use this, but there's like, for example, the backseating command. So this is like a chat trigger with exclamation point BS, and essentially it has one command here that says chat message. Please don't backseat or else I'll have to time you out. If you spoil for child and limit possibilities in the story, then I will ban you. So if you actually do exclamation point BS, this will actually show up. So, boop. There we go. And data construct is what says it, right? How do you even start building stuff like this, right? How do you even start building stuff like this? So you actually can go down here, new command, and here's a few things. And this is essentially what you're met with. You can name it, give it a command group if you so wish for organizational purposes. So for you can see in the background here, there's commands for specific for charity, for queues and games, for when I need to raid people, shilling myself, right? So on and so forth. You can actually do multiple different chat triggers. For example, oh my god, there we go. So for example, if I do test or like testing, right? This is all like valid. So if I type in exclamation point test or exclamation point testing, it'll still do this command. How do we build a command? It's through actions themselves, right? You can like send chat messages, proc other commands, have conditionals, and so on and so forth. I'm not going through all of these. There is a lot here. You can read and write to a file, right? You can proc an input from a keyboard and mouse. There's a lot here. It's a lot here, making it very powerful. Again, there's stuff according to SAMMI, which is really neat. And cool. So for example, let's choose chat message and press plus, right? You can have a choice of sending as streamer, whisper, so on and so forth. And you could whisper and user. For here, you could just do anything you want. So testing a message, right? Cool, awesome. So that's my command. And additionally, there's a whole bunch of usage required as well. So for example, the user role, this will restrict to who can actually proc this in the first place. So you can have either followers, regulars, moderators, streamers. So I can just set this as streamer, so only the streamer can actually use this command. Cooldowns, so on, so forth. So if I go ahead and save that and do testing, right, and it'll do that. Very, very, very simple stuff for the most part, right? So actions make up commands, and commands can be executed through events from Twitch. Let's talk about the events through Twitch, right? How we are able to even set that up in the first place. So let's look at a practical use case. Events, right? Let's go to, you can actually have, there are a whole bunch of a whole host of things, right? For example, in terms of like donations, I actually have stuff set up for like Tiltify. We'll take a look at that a bit later, so you guys actually see what actually goes into what happens when you donate, right? But let's go to generic and, for example, channel rated. So what if someone raids you, right? What are the normal and usual things that when someone raids you, do your spiel, right? Unfortunately, that involves you doing that, but you can also set up a chat message as well to be like, this is what this stream is about, so on and so forth. You can actually have your spiel appear when someone raids you. In addition to that, you probably want to shout out the raider, right? The streamer that had raided you. You probably want to do that as well. And maybe you also want to see some additional information on what they were playing, right? To start a conversation, right? If they're willing to stick around, if you can talk about the game that you're playing, or even easier, you can talk about what game they were playing and just talk about like, oh, like, how was it, so on and so forth. It provides a conversational topic, and as a result, maybe get more people interested into your stream, right? Whole bunch of things that you do normally, and pretty much every single time someone rates you. So if we take a look at this, if we go to edit this event, we can see that there's a command here. So what we see here is that there is one command that runs another command called the shoutout command. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Right. So if you go to commands, we go to ungrouped. I know we go to raid. No, psych. I don't know where they are. Yeah. If we go to the shoutout command, this is what this happens, or this is what this procs. So when we get raided, it just simply runs the shoutout command. And so if we take a look at the shoutout command, we can see there are two actions here. They're both Twitch actions. We can see that it says we can do the Twitch action of sending a shoutout, where it uses the target username, and the target username will be given by the event, right? So when someone raids you, there's a set of information. There's a set of variables that will be populated based on whatever event that happens. So someone raids you, for example, if I don't know, if Moko Oni like raids me, right? that will be the variable that is able to get for target username, right? So it'll send the shout out to Moko Oni. So we'll shout them out and allows your community to be able to easily follow them, right? Send the shout out. Neat. The next action is send a chat announcement. So you can see that it says please check out at target username. So it's going to be at Moko Oni at twitch.tv at Moko Oni, right? And additionally, it can there's also more information that you can grab, such as what game they were playing. So you can see they were last playing target user stream game, right? So you're able to actually see what game they were playing as well, in terms of, and also give people another way of being able to follow the person who rated you. Right. Something to note that when you send a chat announcement, people on mobile will not be able to see it. So as a result, what you more likely want to do is that if you want to use it, the send chat announcement through Twitch, you can do that. But again, for accessibility purposes, you can add a chat message action here. Go ahead and copy and paste this. Right, we'll copy and paste this and we'll have that here as well, right? Save, cool. You can see that, and if we go back to the shoutout command, it will be there. Let's see, shoutout, there we go. Yeah, you can see that chat message is here as well, right? Kind of weirdly spaced, but I guess that's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay. So that's a pretty practical use case of MixItUp, and probably a really good reason why to use MixItUp. Right? It's really, really powerful in that aspect to be able to automate like a lot of your processes and things that you were already probably planning to do as a streamer, and even help spread the love a little bit easier. Right. Let's see here. Same thing with like raid into, right? So like if you're raiding into other people, right? I always forget to I always forget to like have a raid message, right? But this essentially does it automatically. So if we raid into people, you can see the list of commands here. We do have the shoutout command. This action will run a command, the shoutout command. This action waits for 15 seconds. This next action will raid the target. You can actually have that type as well. So you can have raid. You can actually do a whole bunch of stuff here. VIP, clip, so on and so forth. Target username, which is the one essentially the name you will put after the command itself. And you can also run the command of raid, which will, if you see here, commands raid, you can see there's just two different chat messages of the raid message, right? That's all that is. So yeah, and this is just more bit of automation that is just, it helps you on your end, because you're already going to do this in the first place. This doesn't really ever change. And so this helps quite a bit in terms of never forgetting what you do when you get rated or when you raid in other people, right? Pretty straightforward stuff, and very, very, very helpful. Let's see here. What is something that we can go into? We can look at something a little bit more complicated, right? We can look into something a little bit more complicated, such as the donation stuff, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff that gets procced when people donate, right? So here's some of the behind the scenes stuff. So I have a conditional here, very simple stuff. We can see that it takes a look at the donation amount number, compares it to the second value. So if the donation amount number is greater or equal to 3, which is in this case $3, we wait. We do a wait action, right? We do a wait action, and there's a whole bunch of different wait actions here. or we do a random action, and it chooses from many of these wait actions. Essentially what this does is that if someone donates $3, it will randomly choose between any of these wait actions to proc. So it'll wait 1 second all the way up to 15 seconds, right, to play a sound, right? It'll pick from one of these waits and execute it. So for example, someone donates $3, it randomly chooses from this. It'll choose like maybe 15 seconds, right? It'll wait 15 seconds. Then the next action is that it'll play a sound, again, randomly chosen from these list of sounds, where it'll just play a scary sound, right? It might do light ghost attack, right? Or something like that. It'll randomly play one of these sounds. So that's how I was able to like essentially implement like, oh, once you donate $3, a scary sound will play. I don't know when that sound will play. Like, oh, I'll get the $3 and I'm like, cool. It won't immediately play a sound. Okay, cool. When is it gonna play? When is it gonna play? And then scary sound plays, right? I don't know. I thought that was like something interesting to kind of implement, right? So there's that first conditional, right? We'll wait like 5 seconds for the sound to play, whatever. And here's the second conditional, which is the one that plays spoopy scary skeletons, where if the dollar amount is $20 or more, then it goes into the overlay and it plays the spoopy scary skeleton .mp4 and it plays the associated sound with it. Right. So that's kind of like the power of MixItUp. Right. It's kind of like some pseudo programming, if you're familiar with that term. And so there's just so much that you can do with MixItUp in terms of automation, right? How do we tie that back to VTS, right? How do we tie that back to VTS? We go to Twitch channel points and we go take a look at Halloween costume, for example. You can see that there are VTube Studio specific actions that you can take. And for example, you can either load model, move model, run a hotkey. And this is where having hotkeys is really important because that really opens up to how much you can really do. All right, so for example, run a hotkey on the model MO, which is my main, right? Is my main the model I'm using now, and the hotkey pumpkin. If we go back to VTube Studio, right? Go over here, go over to the hotkeys here. You can see, or not the hotkeys, not this one specifically. You can see that there's pumpkin here, but we can also, where is it? Pumpkin, where is it? It should be somewhere here. Should be somewhere here. Is it not? Oh, is it this one? Yeah, here we go. A hotkey action is toggle item seen. Item seen is pumpkin, numpad 0, 3. And so what MixItUp does, right? What MixItUp does is run that hotkey, right? And this is going to be for 15 minutes. So you wait 900 seconds, then you run that hotkey again to turn it off. And so now I've automated a redeem concerning VTube Studio. Right now, people can put a Halloween costume on me without ever needing me to actually push that hotkey myself, which is really nice. It helps me focus more on the streaming side of things, opposed to like making sure like those like redeems work. Like I could just focus on the game, I could focus on chat, and things will just happen automatically, which is really, 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 really nice, right? It was really nice. Again, a lot of pros when it comes to MixItUp, and really the only con is the fact that, yeah, you have to run another program. It's just another program that you have to open up with OBS. But again, we've talked about auto starter, so you never really have to ever forget to open up MixItUp, right? There's a whole bunch of things here. There's a lot of things I don't really use, but that is kind of the general overview of MixItUp, right? Hopefully I've maybe convinced some of you guys to maybe download MixItUp. There's also another program called StreamerBot as well, which is the equivalence of MixItUp. it has a little bit more functionality when it when it comes to chat itself, which is really cool. But in terms of basic functionality, those two kind of do the same thing, with StreamRot being able to do slightly more. But I really like MixItUp for a lot of its integrations with other programs, and this is why I use it. Right. Okay, so let me talk about the other program that I use as well, SAMMI. Right. So I use MixItUp and SAMMI. Well, MixItUp essentially, for the most part, handles the it's like the messenger, right? It takes the events sent by Twitch. It takes like a message sent by Twitch, interprets it, and then gives it to SAMMI, where SAMMI is the main bit of logic. It's the one that actually does the thing I want, want things to happen, right? Actually does the action. So for example, well, let me back up. There's a few things I have to do with SAMMI. First and foremost, you have to connect to OBS, and again, I'm not really going to click on this because it shows sensitive information, but again, you do this through the WebSocket server options in the OBS tools. So make sure you connect to OBS so you actually can talk and interact with OBS, and connect to Twitch as well. From here, I'll just show it. Nothing too interesting here. From here, you press plus, and if you're already logged into your Twitch, it'll automatically log you in, which is really nice. And you need to make sure you do this like every 30 days, and essentially it would expire. And from here, you can also edit the rewards as well. So you can actually see here that there's all the rewards here, and shows their title, point value, whether it's on or off, whether it's owned by SAMMI. So there's something really interesting here, and I do recommend this to anyone who plans on using SAMMI at some point, right? And I'll try to give you a reason to actually be able to want to use SAMMI. There's so much that you can do with SAMMI. I don't really use it to its fullest extent, but for what it does for me is really helpful, right? In terms of automation, right? If it's owned by SAMMI, that means this channel point redeem was created through SAMMI. So as a result, it's going to be able to be used and manipulated by SAMMI. If it's a channel point redeem created on Twitch itself, it essentially say no in terms of own, and there's the button next to it will be called dupe. You're actually able to duplicate that channel point and that channel point reward, and then it will essentially be owned by SAMMI, which is really, really useful to be able to convert all your channel point redeems to SAMMI. It was kind of a process for me because I had a whole bunch. I had to dupe every single one of them, but at the end of the day, it was really worth it because again, it just made things easier. So from here, you can actually edit it, and there's just like, you have your usual UI in terms of like editing a channel point redeem. I personally really like this a lot better because it's laid out a little bit cleaner and a little bit more plain. As a result, it's way easier to edit these channel point redeems. Right. So that's that. So make sure you connect your OBS and Twitch, and that will be pretty much all the connections you really need to do. The only other thing that you really you would need to do is well, you don't really have to do these just yet, but kind of let's go into why SAMMI is really useful in terms of automation, right? Making your life easier. So as you can see here, if we go into a deck, right? Let's go into deck 2. You will have this UI. There's a lot that's going on here, or can happen here anyways. But each of these squares can represent a button. So if I double click here, it'll create a button, right? And if once you create a button, you can actually double click again, go into that button where you can label it, keep a note of the button ID. And from here, this is where this button can do a set of actions, right? Where there could be different OBS commands. There's a whole bunch here. SAMMI can do a lot to OBS. There's a lot of yapping that they can do with each other. Like, you can create a scene. You can change like the source visibility, source toggle visibility, audio monitor type. There's a whole bunch. There's a whole bunch that you can do. Essentially anything that you can probably do in OBS, SAMMI can also probably do as well, right? Twitch commands as well. There's a whole bunch that you can do here. Again, there's a whole bunch of logic that here you can actually do. YouTube, file management stuff. So if you have like any files or CSV files, you can actually read and write to that and all that jazz. There's a whole bunch, right? Utilities in terms of more of like the logic stuff. So there's a whole bunch here, right? Again, I'm not going to necessarily go over that individually, but I will show you what I use it for, right? You can also edit its appearance as well, change its color if you so wish to, change its label, stretch the size, so on far. You can add an image if you so want to. So there's that, right? Add a little personality to it if you so wish. Additionally, you can also change the size of the grid as well. So you can actually see these buttons a lot better. So it doesn't have to be a 10 by 10. You actually can swap this however you want to. And what essentially I look at SAMMI is to more be of a digital version of a virtual version of a Stream Deck, right? With the added benefit of being able to talk to other programs, right? So what is how do I use it, right? How do I use it for automation? So for example, the VTuber PNG swap, right? So as you can see here, it's something very simple, very straightforward. But you can see here that I have two actions here: toggle source visibility in OBS, and the scene name as ASME, or in this case asset me. And the source name is asset live2D and asset PNG. Toggle source visibility. What does this mean for me, right? What does this mean for me? If I run it, you can see that I can't see it. I can't see it. I'm gonna enable preview. Yeah, there you go. So it swaps the PNG version of me and the live2D version of me. If I run it again, you'll see the live2D version of me and the PNG version of me will hide. Right, and this essentially automates the this particular redeem, right? This particular redeem, become bean, right? Become bean or become bean but stupid, right? This automates this for me. I don't have to go in. This essentially means I don't have to go in studio mode. I don't have to scroll all the way down to ASME and essentially swap these. It's like, oh no, I want to become bean but stupid, right? I don't have to do any of that, right? I save myself 5 or 6 keystrokes and a whole host of time, right? So if you ever want to get more, involved with your redeems, SAMMI is really useful for that, right? Another simple thing is the VFX horror stuff, right? You can see that it will toggle the visibility. There's a much easier way of doing this that I found out. So instead of having 3 of these commands per source, I could just have 1, and I'll talk about that later. I'll talk about that later if we have time. But yeah, so you can see that it enables the color correction, TV curve, and scan lines. I know scan lines is mislabeled. I did this really late at night. But yeah, so essentially if I run this, right? Ooh, there we go. We have the VFX. Yeah, we have that like the tube TV VFX on, right? All with a push of a button, right? What essentially I need to activate 3 things. I need to do 3 different keystrokes. Is all at a push of a button, right? And again, this does all the logic. So if we take a look at the MixItUp side of things, it is the one that talks to Twitch. So where is it? Here it is. So this is what it looks like on MixItUp side, right? I have a SAMMI action, triggers the button, and this is why I made sure to say, take note of the button ID. You take the button ID, wait 900 seconds because everything is 15 minutes with me, right? Trigger it again and it'll turn it off, right? Cool, neat, right? It's kind of neat. And so this is the same thing with redeem. So instead of just interacting with OBS, you can actually interact with Twitch itself. So you can see here, there's default study and collab redeems. Let's go ahead and take a look at like default redeems, right? This is why it was important for you to have the redeems owned by SAMMI, right? So you're able to do this. So you can see here that I have, if we just take a look at one, Twitch edit reward, login tiramisu, reward ID is become bean. You can actually choose from your list, right? It'll be auto populated. You don't have to worry about the name or cost, those are optional, and you can enable it, pause, so on and so forth. This is where you could like disable them. So for me, this one is default redeem. So everything is enabled. This makes sure everything is enabled all at once. So I don't have to go into Twitch, go into like the Twitch channel point redeems and enable them one by one. And it's so fucking tedious. That's what I had to do previously. I was like, there has to be a better way of doing this, right? And this is how I did it. This is my answer. So it's like, okay, that's the default redeem. Everything's turned on. For study, what do I want off? What do I want to pause, right? And so I show here that the pizza, all the sound effect redeems are paused. Cyberpunk is paused. So you guys can't actually redeem these during study time, right? You guys can't redeem these during study time because they're all paused, right? You can actually, for enabled or disabled, you can actually do no change. You don't have to worry about that. You can just pause it, right? Which essentially on your end, you'll be like, this redeem is unavailable at the time. Please check again later. That's essentially what happens, right? So yeah, there is a lot here. You may be wondering what the refresh button is for. This is something I had left out previously, but we'll talk about now. So this is all this is. OBS key number 9 with control being a modifier. That's okay. Weird, right? That's trigger OBS hotkey. This is why I love hotkeys so much. So if we go back to OBS, right? If we go to settings, we go to hotkeys, we'll filter by hotkeys by control 9. So what are we looking at here? Scroll down a little bit and we see that refresh cache of current page, right? So if you decide to use the overlays and MixItUp, let me find them. Holy crap. It's really hard to see this. Overlay widgets, right? Here we go. For example, the spoopy scary skeletons, what happens when people donate $20, right? You need to remember to refresh. The browser source, right? So you need to remember to refresh this. Boop, 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 boop. Overlays, this. Right? You can see that there's MixItUp Baldur's Gate 3 overlay and a default overlay. And of course it does the localhost overlay, whatever, right? And that's mainly because that's just a little weird quirk with MixItUp where you have to make sure you refresh it and then it will work. And so what happens is that through SAMMI, it activates the OBS key number 9 and control as the modifier, and it will activate that hotkey. And if we filter by hotkeys, we'll go back to look here again, it refreshes all of my overlays, right? So if an overlay is not working, right? And for whatever past like 3 hours, some overlays just don't work, like from Stream Elements, that one button will refresh all of my browser overlays, right? To make sure that they work. So I basically, at the start of streams, right, I change the title, update the title, go over to SAMMI, press refresh, all that's refreshed, and I'm good. Right? I'm good. Previously, I would have to refresh those sources one by one at the start of stream. Like, I fucking hate this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to spend 6 keystrokes like refreshing things at the start of every stream. I don't want to do that. I want to push one button and be done with it. Right? Hell, you probably could even have this automated to the point where it refreshes it every like 3 hours, or it refreshes it when you start streaming and stuff like that. Right? You could easily do that, 100%. I like pushing a button. I'll push that one button just this one time, right? Because sometimes I do need to like manually push this, so having a button for that is helpful, right? So that is SAMMI, right? It helps so immensely with automation. It helps so immensely for just making your life way easier in terms of streaming, because then you like, obviously when it comes to streaming, right? I'll talk. We'll just, when it comes to streaming, right? And then we'll disable preview. You don't need much. You don't need much to start streaming at all, right? You just need you need a working computer, right? Cool, awesome. You need the game, and hell, you need game audio, and that's it, right? You need your mic audio, or maybe sometimes you don't need it. There's just like silent streamers, but mic audio, game audio, the game source, and that's it, right? You don't really need much to start streaming at all, right? Because at the end of the day, people are going to be coming around and they're going to see what game you're playing. Oh, that's cool. And stay for your personality, 100%, right? And that's kind of all you really need to start streaming. But when you want to start building upon that, when you want to start doing, you start having all of these funny ideas, all these really cool ideas that you want to implement, right? You up the complexity of streaming, and as a result, you want to make sure that as you're upping the complexity that you're streaming, with these really cool ideas, you start implementing them. You want to make sure that you can upkeep that like to a reasonable amount. At the end of the day, you're just one person. You don't have a whole team behind you to make sure this like stuff works, right? Unless you're a corporate VTuber, then you're fine. But even then, I'm sure like there's a lot of things that they have to like kind of do on their own, right? So automation helps a lot with that. Once you start having when you start having like these funny ideas, more complicated ideas that you want to execute, and you want to make sure the ability to maintain them is not greater than actually the action itself, right? So again, this is why I have like MixItUp and SAMMI, because it makes my job way easier, because I have like all these funny ideas, but I don't want to like constantly manually do them. Hell no. Right? Hell no. I want to make my life as easy as possible. So that's kind of that, right? Cool. I talked a lot about MixItUp. I talked about VTS. I talked about SAMMI, right? I think that like kind of wraps up that part, right? Right. A lot of the extra stuff that I do when it comes to OBS and the programs I run with OBS, right? Hopefully that kind of gives you a good general idea of what I have to do on the back end side to make sure things work on the front end side, right? I think that was a pretty good overview. I don't think there's really much else I kind of want to talk about or make mention to. To go into specifics, I'll probably do that at the very end, if I do have a bit of time. We're making really good time right now. There's some specific stuff I would like just to look into, just for like purely behind the scenes stuff, opposed to like I'm teaching you guys stuff. Purely behind the scenes stuff. So for example, like the cyberpunk meme, the hologram, the streamer stuff, and so on and so forth. There's a few cool things I would like to show you guys, but we'll save that until the very end because that's not necessarily important right now. I do just want to do like the general overview for that stuff. Okay. I think the next thing I want to talk about is the stuff that kind of goes into like making the graphics of the stream, right? How do I bring together the visuals and all that stuff? So that only involves one program. So let me move OBS over here. I'm sorry, you get to see green. I'm gonna open up Inkscape. I'll move this over here too. Right. So Inkscape is my choice program in terms of making things. Right. If you guys are not familiar with Inkscape, Inkscape is a vector program. Allows you to build like vector images and things like that. And if you guys are not familiar with vector, it's essentially shapes that are made through calculations alone. So as a result, since they're just it's just math, right? You can resize things, make things as small as you want, and they will never lose their quality. So for example, if we go over here, this is our basic kind of Inkscape program look here. You can see that I can just create a shape. Cool, awesome. You see this shape and you can actually zoom in real close to the edge and you can see how crisp that is. That's a crisp edge, right? A PNG could never. A PNG could never, but a vector image, right, could, right? And that's really cool. And this kind of opens up a huge host of things that you can really do with this program because it allows you to make high quality graphics and have them be exported, changed however you want, and still have that like good resolution. All right, Banji Kazooie, as much as I love your music. As much as I love your music. Right. But how do you really start getting started with Inkscape? So first things first is like just getting used to the tools themselves. I'm not gonna do a full in-depth guide on Inkscape, but I want to show you guys what Inkscape can do for you, right? So you can see on the left here, there's a whole bunch of like different tools. So objects and transformations, you actually could just move things around. You can resize things with this tool. You could click on the object twice and you can actually skew, stretch, so on and so forth. You can actually rotate them as well. You can also change the anchor point as well. So when you rotate them, they rotate around a different anchor point. Pretty standard stuff in terms of like a program, right? There's nothing too interesting, right? The second one's edit path by nodes. So if we click on this, you can actually see that there are certain nodes that pop up. There's a square node here, there's a circle node here. And you can actually click on these nodes and edit them through that, which is okay. Nothing too interesting or really happening, right? It's just a square, nothing too complicated, but the circle one is actually pretty different. So if we actually take this and pull this, we can make a rounded square or eventually a circle. So you can actually round out the corners of this square, right? Cool. That's pretty neat. And for a circle, the specific thing with that, you can actually change the radial or something like this, right? Accordingly, right? So you can make like half circles as you want to, or pizza pies, wherever you want to, right? Cool, neat. Afterwards, you can there's other shape tools as well, where you can actually make stars and more polygons. So you can actually create stars if you want to, or you can make, pentagons, and you can also manipulate these shapes how you want to as well. I think specifically, if I change that to a star, when we grab this, you can actually manipulate a little bit more, right? Pretty cool, neat. Yeah. So the world is expanding, the world is your oyster, and it will continue expanding because we're not even done with half this stuff. So in addition to that, if you clicked on this pen tool, draw Bezier curves and straight lines, you can actually create your own, you can create your own shape if you so wish, right? You can create your own shape. In addition to that, if you click and drag, you can actually create curves as well, opposed to just maybe clicking outright, and you can make a straight line. And this is not permanent. This is not permanent. So you can actually go and do your node editor. Click on your node editor again and click on these nodes, and you can actually see these Bezier curves, and you can actually change their handles actively. So it's not permanent. So if you didn't really get it how you want to, right, you can go back and change it, right? So since we're on the topic of Beziers, you can actually take any of these nodes and actually, create, you can create curves out of them, right? So if you click on the node by itself and move it, okay, you're moving the node. But if you hold shift, you can actually you can extend a handle and create a Bezier curve out of it, right? Which is really cool. So nothing's ever permanent, and you can also always change it to how you wish, which again, huge reason why like vectors are really good in terms of like graphic design, right? A few other things you could freehand draw. You can freehand draw your curves if you still want to. It's beautiful. I love him. I will cherish him forever, right? Also, you can add text as well if you so wish, and you can edit these all the same. So if I change this into a object, if I change this object into a path, you can change the text however you will. So you can actually start being a little bit more stylistic with your text if you so choose, right? These will essentially change these objects into paths. And we'll go about that a little bit more in a little bit here. Additionally, you can have gradients, right? If you take this, we can actually add a gradient to it, right? Which is really cool. And we go to this fill and stroke. And if you ever need any of these, where is it? Where is it? Let's see where I'm trying to find the dock. Kind of forgot about this. Boom. I need to take a drink of water. I need to take another break soon. We'll see. But yeah, fill and stroke, and you can actually see that there is a gradient that was created, and we can obviously change this gradient to however we wish, change even the opacity of it as well, saturation, lightness, stuff like that, right? However we wish. Cool, awesome. Yeah, this has a linear gradient, but also has like radial gradient as well, and mesh gradient, where you can actually mess with these individually. Let's see here. Oops. There we go. Where you actually can just manipulate the mesh itself to change the gradient how you want it to be. Okay, cool. A few other things. We have your standard eyedropper tool, fill bounded areas. I don't really use anything else aside from those main things, but we can move on to like specifically paths, right? Let me clear this out. So for example, let's take our basic rounded shape, and this is going to be considered a object. Right? There's a little bit difference between objects and paths, but we can actually convert it into a path if we go to the path tab, object to path, and now if we take our node editor, you can actually see the nodes actually have changed. This is essentially changed into a path. So now when we move these around, right, they kind of move in accordance to it being a path opposed to being an entire object. So if we take a look at the original object again, we can see that there is significantly less in terms of nodes, right? And there's significantly less in terms of nodes because this is more of like a primitive object, right? And so this is what we have, right? Now we actually have a path now, which makes up a shape. So from here, there's quite a few things that we can do here. Now it being a path. So if we select two paths, right? If we go ahead and highlight two of them, you can see at the top left, there's going to be, you can insert new nodes within the selected segment. So you can actually add additional nodes or remove them altogether, right? You can also join selected nodes. So for example, if we break this node, so if we break the path at selected nodes, boop, 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 right? If we break that path, now they're completely separated. But now you can just join them if you so wish, right? So if you have like two separate paths, you can actually join them. And the program itself will just kind of do the math. It's like this is kind of the average area where it would be. So here we go. Join selected endnodes with a new segment. So for example, if this was broken again, this would be essentially you would connect them, but it won't combine these two nodes into one. It will just essentially create another segment in between them. And deleting the segment between the endnodes does that. It just deletes the segment. Cool. Right. And so with these nodes, there's something specific. So you can actually see some of these were squares, some of these were diamonds. If we actually take a look at this, it's like make selected nodes a corner. So, or you can make it into a smooth. And if you make it a smooth, yeah, it'll bring out the handles again and just smooth out that corner, right? Additionally, you can also make these symmetric so that handles are symmetric each other and will always be symmetric. So if you move one, the other will move accordingly. If you stretch it out, the other one will stretch out accordingly, right? If we move it back to move it back to a corner, that means if I move one of these, only one of them will move, right? Because it's become a corner. Cool. Neat. So that's that. So that's kind of like the basic idea, the basic premise of Inkscape, right? What are the possibilities of this? Or what are even the possibilities of using this program, right? Let me show you. With the Halloween stuff. So if I zoom out here, you can see everything, all the assets I made for for the Halloween stuff, right? All the assets I've made. Right? You can make this in Inkscape. I wouldn't say fairly easily, it takes a little bit of time, but you can make this stuff, right? So if I zoom back in, you can see all the little small little designs. You can see this in the background. This is a pattern in the background, right? Where I just created a grid of these icons, multiplied it across this large area, and then used it as a preset, as a pattern for the background itself. You've seen this stuff before from my previous stuff, from my previous layout, but I essentially just changed the color scheme to be more of an orange, right? So what was like a few simple shapes, right? You can create an entire brand from it, right? You can create an entire brand. Like you can even see like, oh, this is just a rounded, right? This is just a rounded box. And I forgot to talk about this, and there's like the split in the middle, right? So I'm gonna just hold control, move it over, layer these two on top of each other, go to path and difference, right? So we've already created something similar. Right? I didn't really talk about this, and I probably should real quick. But this is kind of where you can start combining paths or subtracting them from each other, and so on and so forth. So we take a circle and I need to we take our circle and square and we just change this to black, just make that easier to see. Cool. So there's a few options here: union, difference, intersection, exclusion, division, cut path, and there's a few more others as well, but these are kind of what you think they are. So if I overlay these on top of each other and I select them both, union, it essentially creates one singular object, right? You can even, if we take a look, yep, those nodes signify that this is now one object, right? And the others are pretty straightforward as well. Difference, whatever is on top will cut out whatever's on bottom. Think of it like a cookie cutter, right? This is whatever the bottom is your cookie, and whatever's on top is your cutter, right? Intersection essentially will only show the resulting object will be what overlaps. Exclusion, the resulting object will be whatever is not overlapping. Division, we are able to cut things apart. So this essentially, this cookie cutter essentially cut it into this, made it into two separate pieces. So we have like our cookie and our leftover, I guess, wherever you want to see that, right? And so on and so forth, right? It's a lot. There's a lot you can do, therefore allowing you to kind of go from these primitive objects, these primitive shapes, to making more complex shapes. For example, something practical is like, what if you wanted to create a moon? What if you wanted to create a waning moon or something like that? I will overlay two shapes together and we'll difference. Oh, that looks pretty close, right? That's like, yeah, that looks like kind of like a moon, right? Maybe a little bit more accurate. One of them is going to be like smaller, so difference. There we go. That looks a little bit better. Right? Now we have a moon. So, Inkscape is really powerful at that. There's the other Inkscape. There we go. So essentially, I was able to create a lot of this through just starting with very primitive objects and cutting and dividing and things like that to kind of make a lot of these graphics, right? Make Warren's revolution in Inkscape. That's a good one. That's a good one. But yeah, so in terms of a practical use case, you can create your overlays with them, right? You can actually see that this is the BRB just chatting. You can create entire overlays for that. So I made boxes for the now playing, for chat as a background. You see the now loading stuff. And you can also see this is sent down the bottom, down in the panels, right? You can see just made like a button, like a little graphic here. And this is where I also made all of the infographic stuff, right? I say infographic stuff, but just graphics in general, right? Is I made them all here. Because again, I don't have to worry about like if this doesn't work or I need this information to be like in a different like format or something like that, right? I can just easily reuse a lot of this stuff, and it wouldn't even be that bad, right? It's like, oh, right, how did I, like, with the donation goals, this actually changed like quite significantly, right? But like it was just a matter of like, oh, I moved this over here and like I created, there was another one down here for the like stretch goals, right? And so on and so forth. Like it's really easily you can really easily like manipulate this to how you want it to. Did you do the scrolling? You have an idea by Idea Cave if you would be doing it the hard way? Oh, so like the scrolling, the just chatting here. I kind of did it the hard way because to kind of reveal that, right? That is just a video. I had to do that in Vinci Resolve, which I will talk about in a little bit. Yep. That's just a video. that was just a video for me. So the entire background is just a video. There's nothing else that goes along with it. So you gotta properly loop it on your own. Yeah, like for me, I properly looped it. And it was kind of annoying. It really was. But there's probably a much easier way of doing it, but that's just like in terms of brute force method, it's like, nope, that works for me. And it didn't necessarily take that long. It was just a little annoying. And again, it was just like, it's fine. It's all right. It's not like I was making that like often enough to the point where I needed to find another method at which I needed to be more efficient at it. Right. Okay. But yeah, so essentially all that really all that stuff really accounts to or equates to like just having simple infographics. These are not the best by any means. I will not like graphics design is my passion, truly. But these get the point across, and these gives me like a visual for like the information I want to tell, right? I like them enough. They do their job, right? And it's better than just doing text, right? But yeah. And I even had to like create I wouldn't say custom, but yeah, kind of a custom dono bar here, because the one they gave me was like way too like vertically big. So I had to really slim it down quite a bit to kind of make it work with the rest of my UI or the overlay, right? But yeah, there's that. So you can, this is kind of like the power of Inkscape. And of course you can actually take any of these, right? You can take any of these and export it to whatever size you want, to whatever DPI you want, so on and so forth. Which is really powerful. So if you need this to be like hella big, you can, right? You can. And again, with being able to export it, with it starting out to be a vector, it will export to any size you want, right? Was there anything else I want to talk about Inkscape? Hold on, let me look. No, not necessarily. Inkscape was something that was supposed to go by fairly quickly. But yeah, there's that. Let's see. Can I show? Well, it's not here, but it's fine. I won't really go on my way to find it if it's not here. Okay, so that was Inkscape. Essentially, this is where I create all of my graphics and stuff for the videos as well, or you know, the backgrounds, like the moving stuff above me. Okay, that's my notes. All right. We can start talking about, since we're kind of on the topic of it, about how I created stuff, or at least my like moving graphics, right? We could talk a little bit about, we could talk about Cavalry real quick before we move on to the next thing. Cavalry. I may mention this earlier, but this is where I created. So yeah, this is where I created all the gotcha stuff, right? Because it's motion graphic design, so this is like this is a mixture of Inkscape stuff and being able to make it move in Cavalry. So you can actually see here. I'm not going to do a complete in-depth play-by-play of Cavalry, because I'm still learning it. I don't think I'm really that capable of being able to teach it, but at least I can show it off, right? At least I can show it off. So as you can see here, I actually created all these SVG files in Inkscape, right? And I essentially ported them into Cavalry. And what Cavalry actually really does really nicely is that there's a lot of options that you can do with these. So for example, right? There's all chevrons, and I actually can just change the stroke path and stuff like that. I actually can change the color of them pre-actively, and it changes really well, right? You can actually see that it changes fairly well. So you can actively change the color of these. So it being SVG, or it being a vector, right? Yeah, it's just easier to manipulate the properties of it fairly quickly and fairly easily. Make it go back to where it was, but yeah, you can actually see that it like actually be animated, which is really cool. So we take these vectors, right? We take these vectors, and we're able to kind of manipulate them to a way where they can move. Kind of what is the general idea of this? But yeah, this is how I made all the gachas, right? And I pretty much streamlined it for the most part, where yes, we have the initial base gacha like animation, and I'm able to just put put an image in there and have a few other stuff as well. But I think something really interesting. So if we go, oh, there we go. There's the gacha pull. Yeah, there we go. And if I have time, I'll talk about like more in depth of like how I was able to get like all the gacha stuff done. Oh my god, what is this clown music? I'm in hell. Where's this clown music? I can just play Japanese music. It's like, it was just little clown music. It's like, why? You surprised you haven't heard of Cavalry? Yeah, I had to really look into like how it goes into like I just want motion graphic stuff specifically, right? Been looking for a After Effects alternative, yeah. This kind of does it, but is a focus on like motion graphics, right? God, I keep saying motion graphics, but yeah, there's a lot that you can do here. I think it's much better if I just do if I just move to a different scene, right? Just do something really quick, right? So with this, it's not that bad. Let me do composition. Let me do let's see here. Composition settings. Let's change this to like a 60 frame rate. Background, it can be gray, easier to see, easier on the eyes even, right? And we can make a primitive, right? We can make a primitive object real quick, which is just like a square. And we can manipulate this quite a bit. Obviously, same thing, we can just make it like rounded if we still want to. Make it bigger, move it how we want. And so you can see here on the left hand side, this is called the attribute editor. And what this do is essentially is the source of all your information of what this particular object is. So you can actually see that if I change things, the scale gets bigger. You can even change it here as well. And if you want to, if it has two options here, you can actually hold, I think you hold Alt. Yeah, you can hold Alt and move them both at the same time. But yeah, you have blend modes, deformers, filters, and stuff like that. There's a lot of power that comes in like the deformers, for example. Let's see here. Really, I can't really show any of that stuff off right now, but there's still filters, so you can actually give it a drop shadow if you still want to. You can kind of see now that it has a drop shadow. Whole bunch of stuff, right? You can make it blur as well. It's its own thing. So whole bunch of things that you can do in terms like filters, deformers I'll show in a little bit. But so there's that. Here is your like layers, right? Here's your layers that you can keep track of, and here's your timeline. Right, so we can grab, so for example, we wanted to add keys at the start of this, concerning its XY position, and we move it. Let's move this down a little bit down the timeline here, move this over here, and move this over here, right? Cool. And you can see now that our graphic is moving. Yay! Okay, that's not necessarily too interesting, right? By any means, I'm like, oh, it's okay, it's just a square that's moving up and then down. Cool, awesome. This is kind of where there's a lot of easing that you can do as well. So for example, if we highlight both of these keyframes, we can do some magic easing as well. So for example, we can do like an anticipate and overshoot out. So, right? So now it's moving a little bit more interesting, right? It's moving a little bit more interesting. So we have some magic easing that allows you to actually make this look a lot better, right? And so now we can also do a few other things as well. So we do more magic easing, very slow out, right? Now it looks a lot better. Looks a little bit more interesting. Cool, awesome. Still nothing too, like, that's fine. You can essentially make this look a little bit more professional with just a click of a button, which is neat, awesome. So what else can we do here? Let me see if I can remember. What I want to do here. What am I thinking of right now? What am I thinking of right now? Boop, 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 boop. See, I'm trying to think. Boop. Let me grab this. Trying to find one of my older projects. There's something else I did which was like genuinely really interesting, but I don't remember exactly how I did it. It was like a long time ago. It was a long time ago. Where is it? It's something I made for someone's birthday. Ah, there it is. But wait, where's the actual file? What the hell? What's the actual file? Oh, is it this? There we go. So there's something interesting that you can create here. So for example, if I let this play out, it looks very random. Then it goes, oh, it's like, oh, HBD, right? Oh, like happy birthday. And then it can just like transform into a bit. This is like made through like having your rectangular shape and duplicators as well. There's like a whole bunch of things that you can do, right? I didn't have to animate each of these squares one by one. There's a lot of like oh, what's it, oh wow, what's the term is literally on the tip of my tongue. It's something generated. It starts with a P. Fuck. Procedural. Yeah, it's procedurally generated. So I don't have to actually obviously animate all of those squares one by one. They're procedurally generated to do what I want them to do. And so there's that. There's a lot that you can do with this. Obviously, you saw that how it was done through for the gadget stuff, which is a little bit more simple, but something a little bit more like hectic, a little bit more chaotic is something that you can do as well. Again, I'm still still learning about Cavalry. There's still a lot I want to learn about Cavalry, but this is kind of the stuff I've done with it so far. Right. But yeah, I think that takes care of like a lot of the graphic design stuff, and I think now I'm kind of allowed to move on to hello. I think I'm allowed to move on to DaVinci Resolve, right? Coda, you're familiar with DaVinci Resolve, but for everyone else, if you guys ever need a free video editing software tool, please use DaVinci Resolve. If you hate Adobe and you don't want to pay an exorbitant amount of money for the subscription service for Premiere and After Effects, please use DaVinci Resolve. It's literally it's such a good alternative. It's such a good alternative. So I'm gonna go to the rebrand project here because to kind of just go off of what I said previously of the brands in terms of graphic design stuff like that. So I already had shown that the background I had is just a movie. It's just a video that plays, right? So you can see
good,
that,
right?
Oh, Miracle 05. Thank you so much for the follow. A little spots of highlighting, yeah, just to make it more interesting. So to kind of go off of more of the graphic design stuff that I've done so far is that a lot of the moving objects or a lot of the moving elements within my overlay is done through DaVinci Resolve. Honestly, if I had a chance, I probably just do this in Cavalry. I feel like I have a much easier time doing it in Cavalry than I did in DaVinci Resolve, but this was essentially like how I did it before figuring out Cavalry. So for example, in the just chatting screen here, you can see that I have a few different objects with, and I can just isolate them real quick. I'll go over baseline what like DaVinci Resolve is able to do, but kind of let's start from the end, then go back to the beginning, opposed to how I did before, where I started from the beginning, like basic tools and stuff like that, and show like the practical use case, right? So if I disable these video checks real quick, you can see these like one by one. So you can see that by itself, I have a picture of a background, right? And this is, again, things I made completely in Inkscape. Then we move on to enabling this clip here. You can see that there's a little bit of animation where there's just spots of light that kind of appear, right? This is supposed to mimic how I did this, right? So this is how it was previously animated, where there's just like spots of stars and different lights that would like appear, right? And yeah, essentially what this clip is about, let me go and grab it. Halloween. Let's see here. I think that since it's a compound clip, I can't really break it apart. But to essentially describe what's happening here in this compound clip is the fact that this one is without the purple background, right? This is just the pattern itself, and it's essentially at full opacity. It's at full brightness. And what I had to do is go into Fusion, right? And essentially what happened is that I would have to create mask every so often. I would create a mask and animate this mask around, right? So essentially, I would give it that soft edge, right? I would give it that soft edge and then I would expand and contract this at different different keyframes. So I would have it, you know, here, right? So this is animate here, move a few keyframes out, then expand it, right? And so on and so forth. That's essentially how I was able to get like this kind of glowing effect on the background, right? That's all I essentially did. And as a result, it looks like it's like kind of a glowing effect, right? Afterwards, I added the tape. I had animated this stuff like previously. I animated this stuff previously, and you can see that this tape actually ends right here, and I just had to make sure that it was able to loop. Hello. Good evening, and I think it is a good morning to you, or actually kind of well way into a little bit into the day at this point. Right. Welcome. Yeah, we're just talking about like this whole stream has just been talking about like what goes into me making literally anything here. Yeah, it's well ways into the day there. Hello. Thank you for coming around and hanging out. It's been watching you it's fun watching you stream in the my mornings anyways. So like I wake up, it's like, get on with the stream, let's go. It's how I start my days. But yeah, so you can see that this actually pretty much loops perfectly. And how I did this is, you're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like my answer, right? I essentially had to loop this within this area perfectly. Right, I had to just manually do a transform. Right, so I had to find a certain point where this particular graphic would just loop perfectly. And I'm sure there's a much better solution to this, but this is what I had to figure out. Coding overload. I know. I'm sorry. Hold on. I like my loops drippy. Playback. Quarter. This is gonna break my PC in half, I'm sure. I'm gonna try my best to not. Yeah, it is not having it. Okay, there we go. Anyway, so I'm gonna play this at quarter resolution. So it's not trying to like freaking decode this shit at the same time. But yeah, essentially this is what I had, right? And again, adding more loops, right? The text and stuff like that, just to add to the general aesthetic, right? And essentially that's how I was able to do the just chatting background that you see now, right? I think there wasn't really much consideration in terms of like how this was designed. I just wanted to put something very simple together, something that wasn't going to kind of take away too much from what was in the foreground, because this is simply just a background asset, and as a result I wanted to keep it simple for the most part. And so I didn't want something moving too much. I don't want to be too much of a jingling keys kind of situation, so something very simple. And the only consideration I had was how these lines moved in the first place. So you can kind of see that this one moves to the bottom right, and while this one moves to the bottom left. And you kind of see where they cross. They cross right behind me, right? So subconsciously, like unconsciously, your eyes will essentially be drawn to me sometimes, and maybe because I'm just moving around, because haha, your eyes will be reacting to things that move, but maybe naturally you will be like, the attention is kind of put on me, right? Something like that. It's very simple stuff, but that's like the small bit of consideration I had. So that's kind of like the end result of like stuff. Let me do let me close this project, just do an untitled project. So let's start from the beginning, right? Let's start from the beginning. So you kind of see on use of DaVinci Resolve, but mainly in terms of like creating graphics and stuff like that. Now let's kind of move on to how I use this DaVinci Resolve to make YouTube videos and stuff like that. Like what kind of goes into like making YouTube videos? How do you even like navigate around DaVinci Resolve? You look at this, it's like, holy crap, there is so much happening here, right? Right after it's off the spec, like right off the bat. What are these like little tabs at the bottom? What all are these? Like what's even happening in this? Let's kind of like just quickly break it down, right? There's nothing to be too scared of. So at the very bottom, you're trying to learn Resolve. Man, it's rough. It's a lot. It's a lot, but I promise you, once you're able to get past that initial learning curve, it's gonna be it's gonna be so worth it. It's gonna be so worth it, right? This is an amazing editing program. It's a really good substitution for Premiere. It can even do some of the stuff in Adobe After Effects as well, to some extent with Fusion and so on and so forth. This is really cool. So let's start with this. I'm not going to go into media because I think it's going to show some stuff that I don't want to show you guys. But media is essentially the tab where you just drag and drop all your stuff, right? You drag and drop your footage, right? Speaking of footage, let me just go grab something real quick. Right, let me just grab something real quick. What does it matter? Let's just grab a regular old. Let's grab this. So when you drag and drop footage here, this is your media pool, right? Edit this stream for YouTube while you're still streaming it. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. So when you first drag and drop footage, it'll ask you, it's like, hey, do you want to change the project settings to whatever to match your footage? And you'll say yes, right? 9 times out of 10 you say yes. I think default it's like 24 frames per second, but for when you're working with video game footage, obviously you're going to want to change that to offset. You want to change that into you want to change that into 60 frames per second. It seems like is it gonna let me do this? Oh yeah, it will let me do this. So essentially how you really start out is you want to drag and drop your clips and things like that into here, into this area, which your media pool. So the few things in terms of the media pool that you can do is some bit of organization, right? You don't want to have like things strewn about. So what you can do is right click in here and you can create new timelines, create a new bin. Bin is essentially your folders, so you can do this, type footage, and you'll have that there. Cool. But how do you even start making a video, right? This is where you create a new timeline. So right click, create new timeline. You can have a start time code, doesn't really matter, but I change it back to 000, so that just makes it easier for me. Just give it a timeline name. So for example, for my Twitter, for the wrap-up tweets before I do for Twitter, I just name Twitter. Cool, awesome. And of course you can just put this in its own bin, timelines. So you can have multiple different video projects or videos within a single project as a result, right? Additionally, the only other bin I really have is called the assets bin, right? I just have an assets bin just in case like I need to bring in like different sound effects, or I need to bring in like different pictures to use in part of editing. This is where I essentially put it. And this is essentially the basic setup I have for any particular project, right? So what you do now is, since we're within the cut workspace, you can do this. What would you do is grab your clips and you can just drag them to the timeline, right? You can drag them to the timeline. And from here, this is where you're able to kind of cut bits and pieces of like what you want, right? So for example, you can see that there's this whole beginning part. Where I'm not doing anything, right? This is just the start. I don't need any of this, right? So you can just cut that. But I don't do any of the editing here personally. I don't do any of the editing here because I edit off of audio, like audio waveforms more than anything else. So this is where we kind of like, there's some stuff that you can do here specifically here. For example, if you can click on tools here, and you'll have a whole bunch of other things like transform, crops, dynamic tools. This is where you can also adjust the speed as well. You can also do that. But a lot of the things that you can do here, you can do in the edit. And honestly, edit also gives you just way more information in the first place. So I don't really use this too often. I don't use this workspace too often because it doesn't give me nearly enough information, right? Enough like things to really work with, obviously. But if you're like new to editing, this is more than enough, right? This is very straightforward. What the hell? This is very straightforward. Like, you have your transitions here, your video transitions all like nicely laid out for you, audio transitions as well. You can also have your favorites if you so wish. You have also your title, so you can also easily quickly drag and drop. You can quickly drag and drop your titles here. Let me give you something that actually looks, I mean, half-assed. I'd say half-assed. Anyways, but yeah, you have your titles here that have their own animations, right? And you're wondering, it's like, okay, how do I even edit this, right? Oh, I just dragged and dropped the title, right? How do I even edit this in the first place? This is where you go to Inspector, right? Inspector gives you information and your ability to manipulate your video, your text, that your things that you've your generated objects or something like that from here. So for example, you see sample text, I can just change this, right? I can just change the intro, right? And you could change a whole variety of stuff here as well. If you tab over here, here's your standard like setting options with your transform, cropping, composite, whether you want to have increase or decrease its opacity, or how it's blended, right? Same thing here. You can also see its zoom. You can change its position as well, rotation angle if you so wish, right? You can do a lot of things here, right? But again, I don't really work here all too often because it's not my favorite workspace, but this is where a lot of where I work in, which is the edit, in the edit tab, right? Because again, you still have your inspector, your media pool, your effects here as well. It's just laid out a bit differently, but this is something I'm a bit more used to, right? Because now, if you look at the timeline now, instead of it just being a solid, just, you know, I guess a thumbnail, right? A preview, you actually get access to the waveforms as well. So as you can see here, if I zoom all the way out, I can see exactly where I come in, where it transitions. So I could just, I see this quick and easy. I can just go over here, make a cut here, delete, cool. And here we are, we're at the start of stream, right? Super easy, super quick, right? How did I even did that? I did a whole bunch of things. I didn't even explain any of that. So if you look here, right, there's a whole bunch of tools here that you can use, and some things, most of them I use, some of them I don't. But first things first, let's kind of just go by the one by one. So the first one is your selection tool. It's very standard, very simple, standard of the mill. So allows you to click on things, move them around, move them up and down to different video layers and audio layers as well, and so on and so forth, right? It's a very standard tool that you're going to be using for the most part, and the quickly to get to is you press A on your keyboard, right? Again, hotkeys are your friend. Please use them. Right. I don't really use any of these, but the one I use the most is the blade edit tool. So pressing B will go to the blade edit tool, and this is where you actually can make your cuts, right? And it's actually, you can, and due to how like the snapping works, or the magnetic tool works, you're able to make a cut and basically right on the playhead, right, for precision purposes. So you can like cut here, but if I kind of cut around the playhead, it'll cut right at the playhead, right? It's really useful. It's really nice. So we're able to cut, press B, click, make our cut, and we click on the footage that we don't need and press delete. And specifically delete, So like del, not like backspace or anything like that. Because if we backspace, it leaves all that empty space in front of it, which we don't want. So that means we have to click on that empty space and delete again, right? But there's something that DaVinci Resolve has, or which I really, really like, is the ripple delete function, right? So if we make our cut and we actually press delete, which is next to like insert and home and stuff like that, it'll ripple delete. So that means it will automatically fill that space with the rest of the footage, which is really, really nice, right? Again, we're saving our keystrokes, and we're just making our lives a lot more easier. A lot more easier. Wow, a lot easier. Right? So that's pretty neat. That's pretty cool. So moving on, we have the insert clip, we have overwrite clip, and replace clip. So when they say clips, they're referring to things in your media pool. Each of these things are clips, even though this is like an hour long. Like each of these clips are an hour long. When you think of clips are like a lot shorter, generally they are, but like when you're working with like streaming footage, they're gonna be long, right? So so if we click on this, we're able to select it, and what we can do is do insert clip, and it'll do just that. It'll insert this hour-long clip right between right where our playhead was, right? And you can also do overwrite clips as well, so on forth, and you can replace the clip. Those are what those do. I don't really use those often. The one I use the most often is probably insert clip, because actually does the rippling effect. It will just move everything aside, especially if I need to like, it's like, oh, I forgot I needed to add like this particular clip, but it has to become for this specific moment. That's where I would do it, right? And you'd be wondering, it's like, oh, I don't want to add like the entirety of this 1 hour clip. What can I really do here? Well, so you can actually double click on it, select it, and now it's going to be sitting in your preview. I'm going to close the inspector real quick. I'm going to make this a little bit more readable, right? I don't want this whole thing. I only want, I want this part where I'm looking at the inventory screen, and I want to go just a little bit further, and where I'm looking at the store, right? So how do I do that? What you can do is press I to essentially have the start. As you can kind of see here, it's kind of small. I can't really make it any bigger, but you can press I and you can essentially have the start of where you want to grab, and you can press O, and that'll be the end of it, right? Cool, awesome. Then what we can do now is then insert. As you can see, it only inserts that specified points, right? The space at which I specify. You can also see this here. You can also see the vertical lines here in the clip itself, showing you that, hey, it's only grabbing this part, right? If you want to undo this, press Alt X, and it will just it will remove those markers for you. It will remove the in and out markers for you, right? Which is really nice. Another thing here is that if we hover slightly above the timeline, right? Go me! Thank you so much for the 26 months! Big Eepy. Get some good rest, Go me. And thank you so much for the continued support. Please enjoy the emotes, the fact that you don't have to watch the channel with ads, and you get to earn points, channel points a little bit quicker. Go ahead, bet. I hope the rest of the stream goes. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's going really well. We're making really good time so far. But yes, rest well. Rest well. Thank you so much for the continued support. 26 months, that's crazy. That's a lot. That's a long time. It's 2 years. 2 years and a little bit more. But yeah, so if we hover a little bit right above this, you can see that there is kind of like a film icon and a like audio form waveform icon. This means that you can essentially choose only grabbing the video or grabbing just the audio. So if I go ahead and click and drag, you can see that I only dragged the video, right? So if I double click on it again, I can also click and drag and only drag the audio. So if you only wanted like the video of a certain clip for like B-roll or something like that, this is essentially how you would do it, right? Essentially how you would do it. You can also attach flags and markers. So if you need to like mark certain things you need to come back to, you can do that. You can also name the markers, change the marker colors, so on and so forth. Again, helps with organization. Helps you with, it's like, oh, I need to make an edit here. I don't want to do it now. Let me just mark it. I'll come back to it later. Right. Or you could be like me, is like, oh, I need to make an edit in, I need to make an edit in, whoops, in this specific like clip, right? In this specific area. So I'll mark this off, right click on it, clip color, and change it to orange. And I know when I zoom out, I'd be like, okay, am I done? Hell no, I need to come back over here and make a like extensive edit over here, right? Whether it be like keyframe here and keyframe here, and it's just 3 next week. Oh, shut up, me. Don't talk. There we go. Right. So if I do that, right. Cool. Awesome. Extensive edit, but something that you could do, right? But yeah, there's that. So that's kind of the basic tools that you would see here in the edit, right? And the rest of these are just like different magnification sizes and so on and so forth. Cool. Awesome. Pretty straightforward. Nothing too interesting, nothing that we've never really seen before in terms of a video editing program, but there's a bit that you can do, right? Something that I highly suggest that people do, especially if you're making YouTube content, or you're maybe just maybe it'd be like long form videos or short form, or even shorts in general, right? Something I highly suggest people to enable is if we go into the Yorger kind of little dots here, there's something called show smart bins and power bins, right? Specifically power bins. What these are, what power bins are is that you can put assets or things in these power bins and they will persist through all of your projects, right? In DaVinci. So currently we're in an untitled project, but you can see that we have power bins here and there's already stuff in here. So for example, if there's things that you plan on using across multiple different projects, right, you would put them here. So for example, right, if I go into my text, I have a few things. We have base, we have credit, we have editor's note, we have pop-ins and pop-in subtitles. So when you see me actually create the Twitter, when you see me to create the Twitter clips and stuff like that, you see that I've subtitled them, right? I didn't have to create those subtitles from scratch. I made them once and popped them into the power bin and I just reuse them. So I go over here, I pop them into the timeline, and you can see that they do what I wouldn't say program, right? Is what I essentially had them do initially when I create them. So you can, if I go over here, zoom all the way in, and check, click on this to show the keyframes, you can see that, yeah, the keyframes are there, right? So I didn't have to recreate this asset, right? I can just do this. I'm gonna be like, it's like, all right, cool. And I go ahead and copy and paste this, move this over, change it to the next word or wherever I want, right? And like I've subtitled something, right? And right off the bat, it's just like, oh, it's like something I created once, I can just completely reuse again and again and again, right? Making my job a lot easier, right? Cool. So that's kind of the use of power bins. I have a few other things here as well. For example, I have my intro, right? So for my YouTube videos, I use this for pretty much every single YouTube video. I have it here, already set and ready. That I'll use every single time, right? some standard sound effects. I need to probably add more to this, but I don't want to clutter it too much. But these are very, very generic sound effects I have that, again, as you can already see here. So we talked about the in and out markers for getting specific parts of a clip. You can do that here as well. So you can see that this file is actually a lot bigger than the actual sound effect. But I had already set an in and out marker. So essentially, I don't have to edit this every single time. So when I drag this in, I have that pop sound effect, right? I don't have to edit the beginning and ending just to have the pop sound effect be timed with what any particular action, right? It's already done for me. I already did that. Previous me already did that. So there's that. So again, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I have here. So for example, if people have clip stuff and I want it, and it's something that I want to be part of like the wrap up tweet, then it'll be here, right? And as you can see, it's like clip by Roam Maestrik. It does a pop in and fades after a while. Keeps it uniform. Cool. Neat. Hell yeah. So that's the power bin. That is the power of the power bin. Please use power bins, especially if you decide to make content regularly, right? It's going to help so much with speeding things up and the like. Okay, so we talk about the media pool. We talk about the inspector as an investigator. We can talk about the effects as well. Again, these are all pretty standard in the middle. You have your video effects, right? A whole bunch here. You can scroll down. Some of these are paid. And quiet. Stop it. Stop. Yeah, I know. Speaking of paid, there's a few paid stuff, and it won't tell you until you actually try using it. But this is like you have your video transitions, audio transitions, titles as well. So you can take what I use often is like, oh, if I want it to create a new pop-in, right? So I'm gonna drag this in. I want a different font. I want a Guilty Gear Strive font, right? I love Anji Mito. Sure, awesome. I mean, technically it doesn't have to really say anything. It's just a default, right? It could just be default. Colors, and the thing with Text Plus is that you have a whole host of extra options to mess with, to edit your text with. So you have your standard of the mill one, right? And something that I didn't really figure out that until much later is that it also has write on as well. So if you see this right here, is a start and end. So you can actually see if you move this, things can be it can appear one letter at a time, right? So if you wanted that effect, for example, if someone was screaming or something like that, so right, I can do I could keyframe this at the start here, put a keyframe at the I could put a keyframe at the end, so I'll move to this one, and here we go. Right, it's slow, right? But you get the point. So if you wanted to go faster, put a keyframe here. Oops. There we go. Right. You could do something. You could do that effect, right? You can tell that story through your text, right? So that's like right on. But again, there's a lot that you could do with Text Plus. For example, I give it a background. The main thing you want to look at is shading. So there's a whole bunch of things here. So select elements 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 8. You can see that there's the white solid fill. Again, this is where you could change your fill if you still want to, right? Red outline. It says red outline, but you can have this be literally anything you want. So let me give it like a white outline, right? Or let me give it a black outline. Cool. Then the next one, the next one doesn't have to be a shadow per se. because you can actually change it here. So you can see that you can either it be a text fill, a text outline, or like border fill, border outline, so on and so forth. And if you don't want to use these specifically, there's a few others that are just defaulted. So for example, I wanted a text outline. This is what I can have. Color can be white, and I can make it thicker, right? So now you can see that it has both it has a black outline, right? But it also has a white outline, right? Now you increase the visibility of your text on your video like 10 folds. Like this is such a really easy way of doing it. This is how you would do it, right? Right? Cool. Awesome. And again, you can animate this if you want to. So if we go back to default, and I want it to have it appear from the bottom, right? What if I want it to have it appear from the bottom? So again, if I wanted this to be, whoops, a really easy way that which you can like move things around is if we go to this bottom left hand corner, click on it and enable. Now you can click on you can just move the element within the scene itself, right? You don't have to go to settings and be like, I need it at the bottom of the screen, so I'm going to move this down. I'm going to click and drag down, right? No, you can just move this down. And of course, if you ever want to move things with constricted, so for example, if I move this strictly left and right, or if I want to strictly move this up and down, I can hold shift, and no matter how much I move to the left and right, it won't move to the left and right. It'll just move up and down, right? So I want to move this down. Cool. Awesome. And let's keyframe this. So let me do position. And let me do opacity, right? So what we're going to do is have that keyframed, and we'll move this a little bit ahead, maybe not too far ahead, because again, when it comes to subtitles, you kind of want the intro animation to be fairly quickly, because there's a high chance that you'll be talking fairly quickly, and depending how you subtitle your stuff, you don't want that animation to be too overly complicated or last too long, right? So we set our 2 keyframes, and we'll have this one. So we'll go back to the beginning and have this here and this like that. So now what we have is, oops. Oh, that's really fast. That's really fast, right? I'm looking at this a little bit too fast, right? A little bit too fast. How do we change that, right? How do we change that? We go look at our, we click on this button again to look at our keyframes, and we see that maybe the positioning is a little bit too fast. So what we're gonna do is click and drag, select those keyframes, and hell, maybe even grab the composite one, and we'll just move them over, right? We'll move them over. Still a little bit fast. I don't have the sense of time whatsoever. Okay. So that's a little bit better, right? But again, we're doing this for subtitling purposes. So we have something like that, right? Not bad. That doesn't look too bad, right? And again, I think you can also, how do you save your creative effect into the power bin? Oh, easy. So let's say, let me do one more thing. Let me look at the graph. Let me look at the graph real quick. Position X. Look at position Y. Let's see here. Do some easing. That's opacity. Where's position X? Position X. Oh, wait. I'm looking at the wrong one. There we go. There's position Y right there. And I want to just do an easing real quick. Is that not working? My high. You just but yeah, if you want to save it to the power bin, you just drag it into it. So there we go. There we go. It's like, why is it not? Away. There we go. My God, please just give me this. There we go. Something like that. I was going way too high. There we go. That's fine. A little bit of easing. Can't really tell, but it's fine. It's whatever. Okay, anyways. So if we want it to put it in the power bin, make sure we have it open wherever bin we have it in, and we just click and drag. Oh. Yeah, we just click hold and drag over, and it's added. So now you can see that, let's just do red text, right? And we click it over here, click and drag, and it's the exact same thing. Oops. There you go. It's the exact same thing as what we did previous. Right? Perfect. Awesome. Of course, you could just delete this if you don't need it anymore. But yeah, so there's that. Yeah, a whole host of effects that you can do. That was the title. That was like text plus, generators, right? Some things you just keep note of. You have like solid colors, like comic speed lines or something like that. A whole host of things, right? There's the effects you can do as well. Colored border, CCTV stuff. So some fun stuff that can be had here, right? Comic book. Some very, very easy stuff. It'll be so used for subtitles. Yeah. But I'm not gonna go through all of this because it's not. You could be Eris if you want to. I'm not gonna go through all of this because it's something that you can just go and look at yourself. But I just wanted to show some like kind of the basic stuff and some things that might be like somewhat helpful, right? Cool, awesome. So that's the edit page. I don't think there's really anything else here that I'd be interested in showing off. But yeah, thanks for the tips. Yeah, no problem. Let's move on to Fusion. There's a lot that you can do here, right? So this is Fusion is essentially the what's the equivalent? Gotta do some work. Okay, good luck on your work. Thanks for hanging out. There's a lot in Fusion that you can do here, and this is kind of the bulk of where your special effects can really, I say special effects, your visual effects can really be happening here. I already mentioned before that like you can do mask here and things like that, and you can be very precise with it. There's a lot of information that you can do. There's a lot of fine tuning you could do here as well. So for example, if we click on media, well, first things first, let's just be aware of what we're looking at, right? If you're familiar with nodes will be something that you'll see in a lot of things at this point, but it uses node logic. So for example, you see two nodes here, media in and media out. I'm just going to collapse this to just one view here. And essentially our media in is our actual footage ourselves. Media out is essentially what we will see by the end of it all. So if we actually disconnect it, we can no longer see anything in the viewfinder, right? Because there's nothing connected to the media out. There's nothing to show, right? We can have as many media ins as we want, but like if it's not connected to media out, nothing will show, right? And to kind of navigate, obviously you have your like mouse one click, you can click and drag, select multiple things. To be able to move around or pan in with a node, you can hold down the middle mouse button and do just that. You can also right click and add stuff, right? But the main way I'm able to add things to my to this workspace is Control Space, and from here you can select a tool or look things up. So for example, I want a tracker, right? I click tracker, cool, awesome, it spawns, right? This is as long as like it just spawns by itself if you haven't clicked anything. But if you want this specifically attached to something, right? For example, I want to track media in one tracker. This will be placed along the nodes accordingly, right? So I can take my tracker, I can track this duder here, and let's do every frame. And oh, there's some more tracking options here. Oh wow, what the heck? Oh, that's neat. That's probably new with the update, huh? So we could just track forward, right? Got a nice little track. Stop tracking, and you can see now we have our little tracking information. And now if we want to track this duder, we could do operation, match move, background only, and you can see now you can see, can I, where did I track it? Hold on, where's the first tracking point? There we go. Such a massive clip. I should have done this. Such a massive clip. But let's see, let me grab this. Oops, just isolate this part. It should be fine. Let that show up. Yeah, that'll show up a lot better on the timeline here. There we go. So now you can see that it's tracking appropriately. A coding overload, yeah, because I'm trying to freaking show DaVinci Resolve stuff. Fusion stuff all freaking heckin' streaming, which is not good. This is why I mainly don't stream this stuff anymore. Half. Okay. Should be better now, hopefully. Hopefully. Are we better now? There we go. Okay. Warning's gone. But yeah. So it's so hard to really talk about like fusion, because I feel like that's something that needs its own dedicated like stream in, right? But still, even then, I only know like a minor amount of like fusion. I know enough about fusion to be like, yeah, this is what you can do with it, right? For example, with the tracking in particular, instead of just doing background, we can actually track object, another thing to it. So for example, if we add something to the media pool here, let me go to my assets, let me add a bat, right? And we can actually drag this into this to be media in too. And as you can see here, there are multiple little diamond or little triangles here, and they will, and if you hover over them, you know what they need, right? Or what they can use. So for example, the blue one is 9 times out of 10 always like the mask, right? In this case, the green one is foreground, and this yellow one is background. So as a result, we can put this into the foreground, and let's see here. Foreground over background. There we go. And so now we can see this little bat here. It's not exactly like centered on top of the little puff guy. So what we're going to do is grab a transform node. And then we can move this accordingly. Right. So now our little bat actually tracks to the little guy, right? Yeah, some like super simple stuff that you can do with Fusion, but that's kind of the like a use case of it, right? And in addition, you can make this even more complicated, or I say more complicated, but you can of course add masks to things. For example, whoops, I didn't even clip to this. Oh, what is this? Oh, is it tied to? There we go. So you can see that we can actually actively move our mask around our particular object here. I don't know. Yeah, this is just like a quick overview. I wouldn't say overview, right? But it's a quick use case of the Fusion, because there's a lot of things that you can do in Fusion that takes honestly more steps than in Edit, but obviously in Fusion there is a lot of like granularity that can happen here to kind of achieve what you want, right? Let's see. Yeah, there's a whole bunch that you can do. There's some quick action. I wouldn't say quick actions, but there's some quick actions here that you can do as well, just to put stuff in: color correctors, color curves, brightness, blur, the like. I'm trying to think in terms of any other like tips and tricks just going through this, because a lot of this you can just you can generally kind of figure out on your own. But yeah, a lot of it is just, if you're familiar, if you're familiar with nodes or node logic, this is not that bad to kind of wrap your head around. But that's kind of the initial hurdle, is understanding like, what does how does node logic even work? Right? How does node logic even work? There's that. So moving on to color, there's a lot of other things that I don't really use all too often, right? This being one of them. The main way I use this workspace is just grabbing stills. So essentially you can right click on this, grab still, and you can actually export this to your PC. So you can essentially grab a screenshot. And this kind of helps with making thumbnails and things like that for videos and the like, right? It's kind of the main reason, like how I'm able to use it. Also, you can use it for its intended purpose. It's for like color grading and or color correction, color grading for the most part, as you can see in the bottom left here. You can do a lot with it, and additionally, it still has the node logic as well. If there's things that you want to do here as well. Moving on to Fairlight, yeah. So moving on to Fairlight. Fairlight's just your particular workspace for doing audio, right? For having a more in-depth look at the audio. As you can see here, we have a whole host of like faders, and additionally with each of these particular audio tracks, you can add effects, dynamics, EQ, or like equalizers, pan the audio if you want to. There's a whole bunch. In addition to that, you can also the effects that you can add are also if you have plugins, they will also show up here as well. So for example, I have plugins for like equalizers here, and we can actually use them here. And for example, for this one in particular, I can disable all of these. I only have one of them, and we can just do a like low pass. And what this does, it kind of gives it this like low fidelity sound to it, where it sounds like it's a little bit muffled, right? By cutting off a lot of the higher frequencies, we make it sound muffled, like if it's coming from a different room. This is essentially where you can able to do those effects, right? Additionally, obviously, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that you can do as well, easily through here. In addition to that, you can also adjust the audio levels from here as well in its entirety. So for example, since audio 2 is just mainly my game audio, if it's like a little bit spicy, if it's a little bit loud, I can always just turn it down here, opposed to just doing it in the edit, right? Opposed to like maybe turning it down here, even though there's like nothing here. So even better, the music or something like that, right? Oh, I didn't necessarily mention these. Snapping, you can turn that off and on. And this one, link selection, is if you turn that off, you can click individual tracks opposed to just clicking on one and clicking all the ones that are linked to that particular track. Completely forgot to mention that. It's mildly important. Okay. But yeah, there is that. There's a lot more that you can probably do here, but I don't really do much in terms like of like audio work here. Take care of myself, I'll take care of myself. Hopefully your stream is going well, Karina. Okay. But there's that. I'm gonna hide this real quick because I don't know. Okay, it's fine. Lore. Nice. Get all that lore. That's good. And so let's say that you're ready to export your stuff. So say if you're ready to export your stuff. Right, this is what you're going to be met with. There's a whole bunch of different ways that you can export your stuff, depending on whether you want to like mainly use your CPU or like GPU. There's a whole bunch of a whole host of things here. Some things to kind of take note of if you want to export. So obviously you can do this QuickTime, MP4, so on and so forth. I'm mainly just do QuickTime. Using H.265, then encoding it or compressing it afterwards in H.264 using my GPU. So there's that. But something interesting to note, if you want to export with the alpha channel available, right? So for example, you're making a stinger or something like that, right? Something that you can do is to be able to export like the alpha channel, you can go to GoPro Cineform and 16-bit. And as you can see here, you can actually export the alpha here. So this is kind of the way you would be able to export or make stingers. So for example, if you want to make stingers for OBS, this is how you would be able to do it in the first place. Also, highly suggest, right? I highly suggest that if you're going to do that, I'm going to hide this again real quick. Open this up. Workflows, tools, video converter. Okay, we should be fine. I highly suggest that if you if people decide to where is it? Where is it? Nope, not that one. Yeah, I know. There we go. If you decide to export stuff for like stingers and things like that, I highly suggest to compress them in a WebM format. I suggest literally anything. If you're gonna use like videos or as a part of your like overlay for stream, I highly suggest that you compress them and convert them into a WebM format, because those file sizes can get fairly large when you actually export them out of DaVinci, and you don't want to read from those file that big of a file size on stream. That will kill your PC, right? Your PC will cry. What I highly suggest, I use ShareX for this, but and being able to export them like in WebM just allows you to do two things. It allows you to keep your alpha channel, so you can mix your singers, and so you can have things appear behind that particular footage, in addition to having a very small file size, allowing those files to be able to easily played without too much strain on your PC, right? This also goes the same for so anything you want to use for stream, highly suggest doing this if you are like using videos and things like that. It's really helpful. It's really nice. There's that. But yeah, in terms of like exports, this is kind of what I normally do. I don't really change too much. I would turn on network optimization on. What this does is, if you're uploading to like YouTube, if this is going to be played on like the web, right? Network optimization makes sure that this video is played a lot more. It's played a lot more easily, and this option is also available in Handbrake. I normally use Handbrake for compression as well, to make sure that I compress it. There's already going to be compression anyways on YouTube's end, but I might as well make sure that the file size is fairly small enough, or is a lot smaller, so the upload doesn't take 3 years in the first place. But there's that. But yeah, so to export, you would choose a location, name your file, and add it to the render queue. Let's see here. It's fine. It's fine. There you go. I'll just like replace it. And so you'll add it to the render queue, and then you can just click render all, and that's how you'll be able to render your videos from there on out. There's a few other options as well, right? Not just your custom exports, but you can also export to TikTok, or so on and so forth. You can also export audio only, which can be helpful. And additionally, you can also export straight to YouTube if you so wish to, right? So there's that, which is really neat. I don't really use this option, exporting straight to YouTube, but if you want to, you can. I never really had oh, it says yeah, upload directly to YouTube. I never really had a chance to use that option, right? But you can actually absolutely do that, right? Let's see here. So that's kind of like the basic rundown of DaVinci Resolve. Very quick, very simple in terms of just like basic like video editing, and some tips and tricks when it comes to like making content specifically for maybe for Twitter, maybe for YouTube, and things like that. And from there on out, it's just a matter of if you want to create like specific edits and stuff like that. It's just a matter of like finding the tools that can help you piece that together, especially when it comes to like fusion stuff, right? There's that. Let's see here. Is there anything else to talk about in terms of DaVinci? Let's see. There could be. Let's see here. Let's go over, what's this project? and just take a quick look at, don't save. Take a look at another project. This, okay, good. It didn't like hate itself. But this is kind of like, in terms of like making videos and things like that, this is kind of like what my standard standard timeline kind of looks like, right? You can see that I've imported like all of my footage for this particular video or project in general, and you can see that they're already kind of split into like 1 hour segments, right? For me, I think that I find that a lot easier to work with as opposed to like directly importing a 7 hour like a 7 hour stream, right? It makes me feel better. It's like, oh, I got through another hour of content. Cool. If it gives me a sense of like I'm making progress, right? And to do that, let me show you on OBS's side. So if you go into settings, output, recording, you can actually split the time. All right, so you can split the time by 60 minutes, allowing you to essentially have 60-minute clips. I find that useful, or at least for me, my mental anyways, right? But yeah, there is that. So this is kind of like the usual look. This is not like heavily edited. Look at what I do. We can take a look at, I wouldn't say heavy edit, but more of like subtitles, but this is kind of like what the timeline looks like for the most part. This is, I think, 15 minutes long for the most part, and I color coded this to be something different. So I can easily tell it from a completely other like video. So this is like one video, this first part is like another video, and I still have yet to edit the next part. But yeah, in terms of like editing, right, it's such a it's so interesting because there's so many different ways that you can edit a video, right? There's a few like different editing styles I've like encountered, or at least like tried out over the over the course of like this year, or the course of like a year and a half, right? Because you can do like a shorts style edit where it is highly edited like videos with a combination of like moving like pictures or like funny little like animations and on top of like the subtitling, right? On top of the subtitling, it's like these huge jingling keys of videos, right? Things you would see on like YouTube Shorts or like Twitter and the things like that. Something that's supposed to like grab your attention, right? And there's that, and that's cool. That's really neat. I unfortunately cannot do that for anything longer for like 2 minutes, something like that. That's why the Twitter shorts or the Twitter like wrap up stuff I do is like 2 minutes, mainly because like that's the limit of Twitter, thank fucking God. But I won't really do anything longer than that because it takes so long to subtitle, and doing anything in terms of like bigger edits and stuff like that. I feel like I can only have that kind of be specific to that like that short form content, right? DaVinci is really hating me now. Okay. Right, so this is kind of what my timeline looks for the subtitles and things like that, right? As you can see, there's a whole bunch of like subtitles. Oop, yeah, there we go. There's a whole bunch of subtitles here. At the very least, this takes me like maybe 20 minutes or something like that if I really focus, assuming I can get the clips fairly quickly. There's like 20-30 minutes to kind of like edit this stuff together for something that's like 2 minutes long, right? And this is more of like the short style. But for the most part, in terms of my like editing style, I do more highlighted stuff. So I don't know if I have any of them here. I don't. Um, I would have to go to, I think it's September. Yeah, I think it's gonna be September, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Timelines, all these are like closed except maybe the Azuki one. There we go. Yeah, I still have all the footage for the Azuki one. A lot of these are like more of like highlighted or highlight style, where it's just like it just kind of grabs like more of the more exciting moments of any particular stream, and then kind of compiling them together, right? And I found this to be a lot easier, a little bit more sustainable in terms of like making like constant videos like every week, especially if I'm only a team of one. Right? Good morning, Angie. Yeah, so far so good. I think we're pretty much almost to the tail end of things, so we're making really good time. But yeah, so in terms of like editing style, more of like this is kind of where I edit with waveforms in particular. This is kind of like I'll take a look at like the waveforms, and if I'm talking or something like that, I'll quickly like tab to it and be like, okay, take a listen. It's like, oh, we're talking about this. All right, 666. Do I need context for this? For whatever I'm saying. Maybe I'll grab some of the context from a little bit before or a little bit after, and so on and so forth, right? And so as it's kind of like a different editing style where it's more of like a highlight editing style where I'm not really trying to tell a story per se, but more of just like here are like all the cool moments in any particular stream. I use this pretty often with like fighting game streams because I don't know if there's necessarily that much of a story to tell except like, oh, maybe like my climb or like me struggling with like a particular matchup that's like showed up like quite often or something like that. Maybe there might be some overarching story that I can tell, but for the most part it's just like, oh, here are some like the cool things that happen. And a lot of these videos kind of come at around like maybe like 15 to like 20 minutes or something like that. In terms of like anything longer, it becomes like, I don't know, it becomes a little bit more bloated than I really want it to. Right. So as a result, I'd really want to just keep it for my own sanity's sake anyways, like trying to keep it within that or even less, right? Within that range. So there's that. Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to think. I think anything else in terms of like editing. I feel like I could really talk a lot about editing in terms of like how I approach things and how I approach some edits and so and so forth. But maybe that'd be a bit too much granular for this, right? But for DaVinci Resolve, anyways, we talked about a lot of the kind of like the UI, how to navigate it, what things do, or what certain viewports even do, how to work with the tools, how to just edit some basic stuff, how to even use the power bin, which is really useful, right? Maybe a bit of organization as well, a quick look at Fusion, maybe a use case of Fusion, use case of color and Fairlight as well. But I think that's a pretty good overview of DaVinci Resolve and what it could do, kind of what are the perks of using it as an editing program. So there is that, and just some of the like general like ideas of DaVinci Resolve, right? There's that. Cool, neat. So that's kind of like how I do go about doing like video edits, is kind of determine what kind of editing style I'm mainly going for, whether it's like the short style or the highlight style, and then just mainly fly my clips through like waveforms and basically waveforms alone, right? That helps quite a bit. So it also helps that if the stream was recent, or like if the footage was recent enough in my mind, I know like exactly where to go, right? In addition, this is where markers help a lot as well. There's actually let's see, there's actually a thing, I haven't had a chance to test this out just yet, but with this will help a lot in terms of editing videos, right? You can actually have we go to settings here. For this though, you need to make sure that your recording format is hybrid MP4 beta, which is essentially is just MP4, but also has the perks of MKV, where if your stream crashes, or if something happens where there's a possibility that it will cut the it will abruptly stop the recording. This will ensure that not the whole thing is corrupted, right? Or at least that's what I saw. You can actually bind a hotkey here. You can bind a hotkey for adding a chapter marker. I haven't had a chance to use this yet because I actually only recently switched over to this format for this stream, and I still need to figure some things out. But you can add a chapter marker, and supposedly what this will do is that when you actually move the file over onto a DaVinci Resolve or something like that, you'll actually see a marker there, allowing you to edit that much easier, right? Especially if you're just getting like quick clips for like Twitter or something like that, for YouTube Shorts, then that will definitely help you quite a bit when it comes to like just trying to find like key moments in terms of a long stream, right? So something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind when it comes to editing, right? Okay, cool. Neat. I guess we could talk about like the YouTube side of things, right? YouTube. Let's see here. How do I want to go about this? Let's do this. Let's do this, shall we? Wowza. Let's grab this. Get out of DaVinci Resolve because it is taking so much of my RAM. You hoarder, oh my god. It was hoarding so much of my RAM. Okay. So yep. You're not liking me right now. Okay. Quick hide as I swap over to this. Okay. So we're here in terms of like a video upload, right? So in terms of the process I go about uploading a video, I kind of make it a little bit easier for myself in terms of some of like the basic things I need to fill in terms of like a video, right? So I normally go to like reuse details, and if this is part of a series, I'll use the previous like video series. If not, it doesn't really matter. So I'll go ahead and grab that. I'll reuse everything for the most part. And so kind of the perk of this is the fact that sometimes you'll have like socials, right? That you're going to have like all the time, right? And for the most part, you can just reuse the description and grab the socials from there. And so you don't have to really write those like document those things again every single video. So that's why I kind of use reuse details for the most part, to kind of help with that, to kind of make that process a little bit easier. In terms of that, there's it will also, if it's part of that series, it will use that playlist as well. And something I would like to mention, let's see here, in terms of this. Whoops. Hi. Thank you. Thank you. I was just saying that maybe there's some aspects where I do a little bit more effort, right? Again, graphic design is my passion, so I don't really know exactly how to make things pop. But there's some things that like, oh, this looks good, right? This looks sick. So on and so forth. But yeah, it's like my go-to thing is like blur the background and put a border over, putting a border over what's important, right? Sometimes it's like I kind of go on my way to do something interesting, right? Yeah. But for the most part, especially for the VODs, for the have you tried Comic Sans? I should try Comic Sans. That is interesting, would add the comical effect. But for the most part, for the VOD uploads, it's like, can I just get the title for the most part? Can I get the title, a nice like little background, have the logo, and that'd be pretty much it. It's very standard fare for those. But yeah, for a lot of the ones on the main channel, I do try my best to kind of make things a little bit more interesting, right? Just slightly more interesting. But yeah, I'm not necessarily the best at it, but that's kind of like the thought process when it goes to like making these some of these thumbnails. Some of these are actually like, oh, I put way too much effort into this. For example, this one is just like, oh, yeah, these guys are like kind of layered individually. These guys are cut out, or individually cut out, and I'm like, this was awful to do, but it looks cool. It looks sick. It kind of looks like it's pretty cohesive for the most part. Ruined by impact font, but it was neat. I like it. Right? I like it. I know some of these earlier ones is where like, oh, if I actually have some time to like think about it, it's like these don't look half bad. These don't look half bad. What's the Elden Ring one? I mean, dude, the Elden Ring collab was so fun. But yeah, so essentially that's kind of how I go about like just making thumbnails for stuff. So, but yeah, a lot of this is just like pre-standard for, no, this is not made for kids. Altered content, no. Yeah, this is all pre-standard fare. Then there's the tags. Again, bringing these tags from these tags are really brought from the fact that you're able to reuse details. So just making that easier for myself. It's like, oh, for the most part, it's like if the game, if this is part of a series, I'll just reuse the a lot of the details from previous ones, and yeah, and you can also choose the game title as well, which is really neat. But yeah, technically, all I really need is a thumbnail for this one, and I'll be able to schedule it for Friday. But yeah, there's that. There's not really much to talk about on the YouTube end because it's just like a standard upload process in terms of like, hey, here are the socials, so Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky, sure. But nothing too interesting here, right? Nothing too interesting here. Let's see here. I think we're pretty much done, right? I think we're pretty much done. We went through Vinci Resolve, we went through YouTube, so essentially we were able to get through a lot of the YouTube side of things, and I'm nowhere near like qualified to even talk about like, oh, what it means to have like a good YouTube video. I really don't, because a lot of this is like I just kind of make it for like myself. Like I make what I see, what I enjoy, and hopefully by the end of the day, it's like if it's something I enjoyed watching, right? If I like watching it, hopefully other people will like watching it as well. And that's kind of like the general mentality in terms of how I make what I will like watch, or how I make YouTube videos, right? And so there's that. I think the general guidelines is like I keep it relatively short, because I used to make like a lot longer videos with like it being like closer to like 30 to 45 minutes long. And personally, like that was pretty awful to try to like edit, because it would take forever, because the second pass edits would take forever. First pass being like being able to cut up the content into clips, and the second one doing like more detailed editing, or like doing essentially a review of it, and that would take forever. And I don't think people is really going to watch like a 30-45 minute video for the most part. And as a result, that's why I've kind of stuck to closer to maybe around like 13 to like 20-minute videos, or if only a little bit more if it's if there's just a lot of really good clips in there, right? So there's that. But yeah, there's that. Since we have a little bit of time before the top of the hour, let's kind of look at some of the, I would say, bonus stuff, right? Let me take a look at some of the bonus stuff that I wanted that we can talk about here. Right. Okay, so in terms of bonus stuff, there is some very, very, very specific stuff that I do on the stream that I find fun. Right? There's the gacha, there's some of the move tool, and some of the like cutscene stuff. So I guess we can start simple, right? We can start simple and talk about like the cutscene stuff, right? In a lot of the games are like cinematic heavy. For example, Final Fantasy 16. I did this quite a bit, where I would switch to like a cutscene mode, right? And this is what it would look like, right? Where I would disappear a lot of the where I would disappear, and a lot of the elements would to like I would disappear, and essentially anything that can disrupt the cutscene will disappear as well. Generally, anyways, like generally, you can see like the music in the top left. Normally, that's not playing during, those particular games, anyways. But essentially, a lot of that would just disappear. And how I essentially had that to work is, first things first, we can take a look at the cutscene assets. So you can see that there's a black bar bottom, the black bar top, and they're said to be like around like 984 pixels from the top or bottom, depending on how you look at it. Probably the main reason is it's kind of hard to kind of figure out a good balance between having it really look like a widescreen, but still not obscuring like more of the important stuff like subtitles and things like that. So this is kind of like the happy medium that I found as a result. And so this is like very, very, very simple to do. So I have these positioned there, and they're both hidden right now. They're both hidden. But how I get the kind of the moving effect, right, is the show transition particular. So it's a slide actually. So if I click on this, this one essentially the top slides down while the bottom bar slides up. So that's kind of where you get that slide, right? as you can see. And so that's that. And now what I essentially tie that to is when I go to my settings, hotkeys, right? You can see that everything that's tied to the hotkey control num is the show and hides of the black bar top and black bar bottom. So having these tied to the same hotkey, obviously that means that they will move at the same time, which is good. Additionally, there's a few other things that are attached to this particular hotkey. For example, alerts. I will hide alerts, make sure that any those like system sounds or alert sounds do not play during that particular cutscene, or like during cutscene mode. So essentially, you won't see like the cyberpunk meme. There's a instance where like a cyberpunk meme was tried to be played during cutscene mode and it just didn't, because like the audio is turned off for that. In addition to like overlays as well. Right, a lot of this, yeah, a lot of this is just like hidden. In addition, you can see that the assets of me is also hidden and shown using the same hotkey, right? So essentially that is kind of how that works. And for a smoother transition, right? Because I just don't want to pop out of existence when this happens, right? I just want to disappear at around the kind of the same period, like time frame, right? Same thing happens here in the show in high transition, where it has like a bit of a fade and 300 ms behind it, right? And so as a result, you do kind of get like this kind of effect, which is really neat, which I really enjoy. There's something here that actually should happen as well. Let me see if I can actually fix that real quick. Not this, just chatting. Do some on-screen or on-stream troubleshooting real quick. There is something. Oh, there's no move. Interesting. Interesting. Because this is actually supposed to move as well, but I don't think those settings were saved, which is a little unfortunate. So I think it needs to sit on top of this. And do a filter. Boop. Let's see. I think I need a move action. Oh no, wait, no. Wait, hold on. Remove. I think it might be tied to this. Hold on. Yes, there it is. Yeah, I'm surprised. Where is this? I'm surprised this isn't moving. Full screen browser. Let's see here. Settings. Where's that hotkey? Browser. Default move, full screen move. Okay, there we go. Apply. Close. So now, there we go. Yeah, there we go. So now if I actually do this on the just chatting screen, then the browser will essentially kind of fill that space, right? Which is really cool. I like that. And that's kind of like the power of the move action. So if you take a look at this, right, we have a default move, which is essentially its current position right now. And then let's see, let me turn off studio mode. You actually to be a little bit more clear here. But yeah, essentially what happens here is that here's the default move, and this is essentially is default position. Essentially, you can actually get the transform value where it is now, and that's how you would do it. And then this one is essentially you move it where you want it to go, or essentially it's like, how do I explain this? You essentially move it to where you wanted it to be, right? Then get transform, and that'll be that. So essentially, when you take a look at this, right? If I show this move, it'll move there, and if I decide to show this filter, then it'll move back, right? Essentially activating it, and that is done. Let's see here. Yeah, and this can be all done through like hotkeys, right? I don't think you have to really do next move. But yeah, you have to. Right? But yeah, there's that. There's a lot that you can do with the move actions. Aside from that, I am very basic with it. Something a little bit more complicated in terms like the move action is kind of something like what's it? Let me go over here. Oh, wait. I forgot I didn't have studio mode on. Let me go over here. So if I go check out these filters right here, so I have a variety of filters for the holographic effect, or for the hologram effect. So I think it's Control 3, Control 2. I don't remember what it is. Is it Control? What is it? Control 1? What is this? I don't remember. This is automated, so I don't exactly remember which hotkey it is. Hollow? Oh, it's not tied. What happened? No. What happened to that? Eh? Okay, hold on. Nope, that's not it. Where's Sammy? I need to grab Sammy. Oh, that's right. I guess I don't have it. Oh, no. Okay. So essentially, each of these move actions are tied to a filter. So as you can see, this one's scan lines, this one's glow, this one's color correction, and this one's glitch, right? And so the action is a filter enable, and it just be a toggle, right? If it's on, then it'll turn off. If it's off, it'll turn on, right? In addition to that, I have a simultaneous move with toggle 2. So essentially, if this is toggled, if hollow 1 toggle is activated, then toggle 2 will activate. And again, this will go, and again, this will, since this controls glow as the same action as previous. And so again, simultaneous move 3. So if this is toggled, then 3. So this is kind of a chain effect. So essentially what happens is that if I toggle hollow 1, then all of them get toggled, right? And if I do it again, then all of it gets turned off, right? So that's kind of like some of the power of like the some of the move actions, is that it can help you kind of toggle, or it can help you activate multiple different filters at the same time. There's obviously more like there's a whole bunch that you can do with this, but this is kind of like a use case for me to be able to have that effect, right? And have this only tied to like one one button essentially. But yeah, that's the hollow effect. Heck, we can talk about the gacha. So you saw previously with the Cavalry program that with the Cavalry program, you actually saw how it was made in the first place. I say, well, see how it was made, but you kind of see like all the little pieces kind of moving together for the most part. And in addition to that, so all of that was exported as like WebM files, and allows me to have that transparency, right? So as a result, again, if I do the Oh Dear Thermos, you can see it has that transparency tied to it, which is really, really, really nice. But that only really explains like how it's shown. Like, how is the like even the logic happening? Why is there also a text? Why is there also text tied to it, right? As I explain that part, and that's where cruise control kind of comes in, right? I'm not gonna explain how to. I'm not going to explain how cruise control, you need to set up cruise control, because that's pretty involved. But for the most part, this is kind of the logic that goes behind it. There's probably a much easier way of doing it, but for me, it's this is kind of the logic behind it. It's like on initialization, create 5 different lists: one for common, rare, super rare, ultra rare, and Halloween, and essentially add these to the common list this like this string, and so on and so forth. So we keep adding all of these strings to create our list of commons, rares, super rares, ultra, and the Halloween stuff, right? Then afterwards, what I do, let me turn studio mode off. You don't need this. Then afterwards, what we do is on a Twitch channel point redemption gacha pool, right? We load a variable pick, and so essentially we do a random probability, and so we set the variable. So variable set pick, right? Which is this variable, and so there is a 70% chance to pick to set the variable to C, which represents common. I say 70%, but like a 70 weighted value to common, a 50 weighted value to rare, a 10 weighted value to super rare, and 1 weighted value to ultra rare, right? And I add Halloween afterwards, so I just put that as H, right? Then from there, so if this variable is it says if for, and for just says like, hey, skip, if this doesn't happen, skip the next 4 lines, right? Just skip the next 4 lines, which is these 4 lines in terms of logic. So skip the next 4 lines. So if if the variable pick equates to C, then you get from the common list, right? It doesn't really matter, right? It's just get the common list, right? Then random equals OBS source AS gacha with the value, right? This essentially means that randomly equal random probability from the common list, pick one of the gacha pools, right? So from any one of these, just pick the gacha pool, and these particular values are exactly what is shown in here, right? These match up exactly. So from there, we have a bit of delay. The delay is essentially and specifically OBS scene source on. So it essentially turns this source on. So when this source is turned on, then it plays the animation, it plays your gacha pull, and delay of 9 seconds. Mainly because the animation the animation time is around like 8-ish seconds. So we delay it for 9 seconds, and that's why there is also a cooldown, so you don't like do these back to back and just kind of like have these animations layered on to each other, right? So I repeat this logic across the rares, super rares, ultra rares, and Halloween, right? In addition to that, I have another set of triggers then on source visibility. So when the source visibility of these are turned on, then I send a chat where I delay it 5 seconds simply because it's like I don't want the chat to immediately pop up when this is turned on, because that's going to ruin the surprise. So we delay 5 and it'll send a chat of the flavor text, right? So that's essentially how that works. And I do that with everything else. Again, there's probably a much easier way of doing this, but within the confines of cruise controls like Logic, in terms of its like pseudo their pseudocode, or is that pseudocode? Yeah. This is what I was able to kind of do, and it works, and it's not too bad of a maintenance, if I'm being honest, because I think the only real problem is just adding like a heck ton more. But if I'm adding like a couple, it's like not even the biggest deal, right? I just keep adding on to this. So essentially that's kind of like what kind of goes behind like the gotcha stuff. And it works well. It works well enough. Right? So whatever. So that is that. That's how the gotcha is done. Right? Talk all about that. We talk all about that. I think that might be it. I think that literally goes pretty much everything I do for stream, which kind of puts us right at that puts us right at 2 o'clock. Oh my god, get out of my face. Stop that. Yeah, cool. Neat. Let me get this out the way real quick. Oop, oop. Oh, it still has that. Lamau. Where is that? Leave page. I'll deal with that later. I don't have to deal with that right now. Oh my god. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that covers literally about everything that I would ever want to talk about in terms of like what goes behind the scenes of StreamSharm. Obviously, there's probably things that I could elaborate on, but it's not necessarily too important because it starts really talking about like especially with like DaVinci Resolve in terms of like edits and stuff like that. That's a little bit too specific. But for the most part, I think I was able to cover a lot of the general stuff and why maybe use the things that I do, or why do the things I do, right? So hopefully, and maybe there are some things that you saw and it's like, hey, I could probably do that better, and that's great, right? That'd be cool. Also, let me know. Also, let me know afterwards, right? But yeah, there's that. Let's see here. Oh gosh, I ran my voice ragged. Holy crap. I definitely ran my voice ragged. I've talked the entire time. Holy crap. Real quick, let me reset some things here. There's that, and there we go. I think that fixes that. Cool. Neat. Okay. Let me see if I can find you guys to send you guys to. All right. Maybe if I can send you guys somewhere. God, I am awfully tired. So let's do that, shall we? No way. Oh, he just started. I'm gonna do that. Do I knock? That'd be mad funny if I did. That would have been mad funny if I did. You guys are probably already there. You guys are probably already there. But I'm probably gonna be hanging out there. Let's go ahead. And, oh, one more catch-up pull for the road. Gumshoe Gooper. Oh yeah. But you guys are probably already there. And I'm gonna be there now. So let's go ahead raid into Koto. We don't really get a chance to raid into them all too often, so that'd be pretty cool. And he's playing a Star Fox-like game, which looks really cool and very colorful. So there's that. Make sure you go follow him. He plays a lot of retro games. With a lot of, I'd say retro, and he also plays a whole bunch of indie games as well. So make sure you go check him out. All right, next time you'll see me, it's going to be Saturday, where I'll be continuing some Dead Space and Dead Space 2008, hopefully finishing it, and maybe starting Faith. I'm not too sure. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, with that said, I think until then, make sure you take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys next time. Later.